Hi. I'm not sure if anyone can see me right now. I just am starting streaming. Hi. I can see the chat, so that's cool. It works. I am definitely not that great at streaming. It's a new thing that I'm trying, but hi, Michaela. Um, or Mikal. Sorry, am I saying your name wrong? Mikal. Uh, but yeah, I am new at streaming and hi. uh oh, thank you. Yeah, I want to try streaming more because it's a skill that I'm definitely lacking, if you couldn't tell. And yeah, I want to try it more. And also I wanted to do late night streaming because especially during the wintertime, I feel like it'd be fun, cozy vibes and just hang out and chill. I've been thinking a lot lately. Oh, hey. Yeah, we're in the chat. Yeah. Sorry, also, if I'm giving ADHD vibes, I have a little bit of ADHD, so I feel like I get distracted a lot. But I've been thinking about lately just the fact that I'm doing a deep dive on the Try Guys, and I've been thinking lately about the fact that I don't know how many super positive, just good vibe content creators there are out there on the platform. Don't get me wrong, there's probably a lot, but especially, I don't know, I feel like the world is really dark. And I did create my channel, Cruel World Happy Mind, off of that concept that it's a really cruel world out there. And that doesn't mean that we can let that get to us and have a really dark mindset. And oh yeah, your insomniac self says yeah. Okay, cool. I thought that'd be fun to have some comfort vibes during the late nights. But yeah, I felt like it. Even though it's a really dark world out there, that doesn't mean that we can let that get to us, and we can maybe have some cozy, positive vibes. And I don't know if that's just in my streams, but in my content as well. I really want to focus on that and shift to really positive content, especially during this time. So I don't know. I've been thinking about doing that. Still like, talking about what's going on, but just having more of a positive vibe. And I definitely have to think about more ways to do that and sort of make that happen. If you have any ideas on how to do that, I would uh, love to hear that because I feel like, yeah, it's so dark that it's really out there right now that it's really hard. I mean, figuratively, it's dark out right now, but also literally that it's hard not to get wrapped up in that, I think. And I've noticed that within myself as well. It's hard not to focus on the negative. And I think lately it's been a huge reset for me of like, okay, I have to shift away from that and really mentally focus on the positives. And how can I do that? And even just laughing and having a good time. I think that I don't know. I don't think I'm that funny, but maybe other people can. You guys can be funny for me, and we can just have a good time. Um, yeah, it's like the bad content creators overtake the good and cozy content creators. Yeah, I've been feeling that lately too. I just think that it's almost like the louder you are, the more attention's given, and I don't know if that sets a really good example for the younger people who are watching online who are inspired by the content they make or that people are making. I mean, people are called influencers for a reason. They influence the general public, and a lot of younger people want to be YouTubers nowadays. And how can I don't know. It's even sad looking at Mr. Beast. Like, I feel like he started making content and it was this idea of like very positive, uplifting content. And then how did that evolve into how Mr. Beast is now? Even it feels like everything is kind of turning more and more negative. And so, I don't know. I don't know really, I'd love to think about how to be more positive and encourage more positive content creation. It's just something I've been thinking about. Anyways, rant over, I guess. I'm glad for everyone joining me today in this sort of vibe. I have a feeling I'll probably like rant about a bunch of random things, and that's why I've made scripts and highly edited content, because I just go off on random tangents constantly, and it's probably a lot more sporadic than my usual content. I don't know if it's going to be that enjoyable to watch, but I also want to challenge myself to be a little bit better at this, because I'm not that good at speaking on the spot. Anyways, so today I had like a list of things I want to talk about. The first being Hair by Chrissy, who is going by Hair by Crispy, because essentially it seems like she kind of scams a high clientele base, or high clientele base. So essentially she has these influencers that she'll bring into her hair studio, and she will chop off and sort of fry their hair instead of really taking care of it, charge them $4,000, make these sort of influencer videos to promote her hair business, and then get a ton of young and impressionable people who look up to these influencers, and this hair service becomes normalized, to go to her, and they pay $4,000 for a hair service that ends up damaging their hair. And this becomes normalized. And it's kind of a really scammy and corrupt business. That's really sad. So I definitely want to talk about that, and how sort of over glamorizing different services, utilizing influencers and their platforms can actually lead young and impressionable people who look up to these influencers into getting scammed online, essentially, even by things that seem kind of mundane, like a hair service. Then I want to talk about MeganPlays and Leah Ashe, and the sort of cheating scandal that happened where MeganPlays' best friend ended up cheating on her. I mean, it's not cheating on her, sorry, cheating with her husband, which is really sad, and especially since it played out in front of the public eye. And then lastly, talking about Colleen Ballinger's return online with Raven Simone's podcast, which is definitely an interesting topic in terms of influencers getting canceled online and how they make their return back. On my main channel, I'm covering the Try Guys and Ned Fulmer's return online. And I think it's kind of an interesting conversation of how do influencers return after these sort of massive cancellations, and what's the right way to do it? What's the wrong way? Should they kind of return online? And I guess I have my own opinions on that, which I'd love to get into. So anyways, let me get to the and it definitely depends a lot. As you said, I don't understand why Colleen is still allowed on the internet. I think that there's an extreme there where some people should definitely kind of take their losses and not be online, and then others, I think it's like it's a spectrum, essentially. My opinion is that there's some acts that are so obscene and horrific that you just shouldn't be online anymore. You lost that privilege. You took advantage of children. And exactly, the lack of apologies from them is crazy. That's kind of the point that I wanted to get into. I think the just being really open and vulnerable with your platform that you have, and also on top of that, really doing the work to educate yourself. A lot of them, when you come back online, you have a massive opportunity to showcase what you learned in the time that you were gone, or just what you learned. Colleen Ballinger, it's kind of different. She's been making vlogs, but she got on this podcast to talk about everything she's learned from the entire situation. And did she do that? Did she really talk about everything she learned? Or did she just take it as an opportunity to sort of justify everything that happened from her perspective? Because I think that's really, to me, at least in my perspective, that's really what a lot of these influencers have an opportunity to do, is say like, okay, this is where I went wrong. This is where my ignorance was in this situation. I mean, just speaking from a personal perspective, recently I've been ignorant in so many situations and have learned so much. And I mean, those books right back there are the education that I'm doing currently. Privately, I'm constantly educating myself. And I think that when you have an opportunity to publicly speak, you have that opportunity to speak on everything that you've been learning privately behind the scenes. And I think a lot of people should take that opportunity to speak on that and to talk about everything that they've learned. I mean, that's kind of what that's for. And if you don't do that and you're just kind of talking from a personal perspective of justifying your actions or just trying to win good favor from the public, I don't think that that's the right way to go about it in my perspective. But anyways, we'll get into that, I guess, in a little bit. So anyways, let's first go into Hair by Chrissy. I have a Google Doc pulled up here that I'm gonna kind of go off of in links. So I've never done like this sort of screen share situation. I'm new to, so we'll see if it works. So let's first look at Hair by Chrissy's profile. I'm gonna pull it up, and I think this is where, okay, it worked. But I lost chat. Let me pull that up. Okay. And let me read chat too. I feel like Allison Mack going on Michael Rosenbaum's podcast. I shouldn't be surprised that Colleen is trying to make a comeback. Yeah, that's another thing too. I feel like the amount of views that a lot of these sort of formally canceled, now going on a podcast sort of situations are getting, I feel like now just a ton of people are going to be doing that because they're like, oh, this gets views, this gets attention. And then it's just going to be platforming people to continue doing that, to continue platforming problematic people because that gets views and attention. But they're not really having important conversations. They're not really getting to the important stuff, the education, the value that was like why the controversy happened, why the person did something really wrong. Did they do the proper education? Did they take the proper accountability? What did they learn behind the scenes? Did they properly make it up to their victims? What happened? I don't think any of that work's being done. All the people are really learning is, oh, platforming these problematic people gets views. Let's keep doing that. So yeah, I don't know. But anyways, so here is Hair by Chrissy's TikTok profile, and you can see she has 3.5 million followers. And I mean, obviously, like I'm not an expert in hair. I've been trying to grow up my hair for forever. But I mean, you can see that a lot of her before and afters look incredible. Here's, I think, a really good example where you can see someone going in and again, I'm not trying to be like, oh, this person but this person, her before, she has shorter hair. She has hair that was like my hair literally a year ago. It was, oh my gosh. Side story. A year ago, I tried to go from red hair to blonde hair. It got, maybe a year and a half ago, maybe almost 2 years at this point, it got fried off. And I thought that the person had charged me a lot at this point because the hair salon that I went to was kind of a really expensive hair salon, but I didn't realize at the time. And I ended up getting charged, like, I want to say $900 to like $1,000 for essentially getting my hair just like fried off, super like blonde kind of thing. But it was just, again, it was super crispy, super fried. And then also I love like the razor cut kind of shaggy style. It did not look good on me at all. It just completely like made my hair look so thin. So it was fried and crispy and like thin, and I just looked awful for such a long time. It was not a good look. So anyways, when I say that this person has like short, kind of like very bleach blonde hair, it's from someone who relates to that. And so yeah, here's Chrissy's transformation. She says bright blonde will always be the move. Again, I disagree. As someone whose hair got completely fried off from something like that, don't recommend, especially if someone's taking a razor blade to your hair. Again, it can look really cool, not if you have fried off blonde hair.
Like so blonde, as blonde as you can take me.
So, anyways, here's the before.
Moment, and it was super cute, loved it, but I don't feel like myself. No, that's like beautiful. Is that's beautiful? Yeah, like a little root up here, just so it blends.
It seems like Chrissy's specialty is like a ton of extensions, just having super extensions everywhere, essentially. Which, again, I'm not an expert in extensions, but I've always personally been scared to get extensions because I've heard that they can kind of weigh on your hair a little bit, which can cause damage sometimes if you have too many hair extensions in. But I don't know. I think that so many people just look beautiful with hair extensions. But again, if you're not properly doing it or doing it in an ethical way, or you know that putting too many hair extensions in is going to damage the person's hair, they already have damaged hair, and you're just weighing their hair down with a ton of extensions. That's probably not an ethical way to go about it. That's my opinion. But again, I'm not a hairstylist. I'm not an expert. Oh, thank you for the gift membership. Thank you. How do I pronounce your name, by the way? Is it Michael? I'm so sorry. Michael Ruthers. Okay, thank you for the gift membership. So that's also something I'm so bad at that I need to get better. I don't know why. It's like a brain glitch in my brain. I am terrible at pronouncing names in general, and I get so self-conscious about it. This isn't just in my videos, but just in life in general. I can't pronounce people's names right, and I struggle with it so much that I have to like ask them how to pronounce their names. And I really hope people don't mind. I get really in my head about it because I have terrible social anxiety. And then I feel like they hate me for the fact that I can't pronounce their name. So anyways, thank you, Michael. Yeah, thanks. Anyways, so back to the hair extensions. So this is Chrissy doing a hair transformation. Back on track.
Like just a little bit shorter.
Notice, first off, it's really well filmed. It looks really glamorous, and for a lot of people, they want to be at this kind of glamorous influencer style hair salon. It attracts people that like that sort of influencer marketing style. But also, if you pay attention to the hands that are doing this lady's hair, not all of them are Chrissy. She does some things, and then she'll bring her assistants in to do the rest of the hair. So anyways, we'll keep Oh, you said banger song. I just realized I'm not sure if this will get copyrighted. This is new for me. I'm like, oh, I should maybe mute it if it might get copyright claimed. But anyway, it looks amazing. It looks like this amazing transformation. It looks great. Does it look like a thousands of dollars transformation? Something that you would pay thousands of dollars to get done? I don't know about that. So anyways, here, now I have to go full because I'm like, I have to transfer to the next clip that I was going to do. Okay, so
from the very beginning of doing hair, I feel like the more we share, the more we watch other people and they share, like the more inspired you get, the more excited you get. I feel like for us, we needed something easier than just.
So this is Chrissy talking about her process of doing hair, or why she started an app, it sounds like. So yeah.
Website, I feel like stylists, and especially me, I'm always in a hurry, like, but I want to get inspired. I want to learn. I want to grow, but I need something really convenient, something fast, something easy. And so that is one of the other reasons why we created this app. So we're so excited for you to be a part of the community and the Habit Education app.
Enjoy. Thank you.
So essentially, Hair by Chrissy is a brand that she created beyond just Chrissy. Even though she calls herself Hair by Chrissy, she is trying to extend her brand beyond that to essentially this hair conglomerate and kind of off of influencer marketing. She does a bunch of influencers' hair. She gets a bunch of people who are inspired by influencers. Okay, try and say ermine or less. It would help loads. Okay, thanks. Yeah, I am new at going live and not the best at that. Also with slow mode, which I just said, we can definitely change slow mode. I just was unsure what type of people would join this live, to be honest, with everything happening, but we can definitely change that. We weren't kind of sure what type of people would join and if there would just be a bombardment of people. But yeah, so there was, as far as Hair by Chrissy, there was definitely just, she was trying to create a brand beyond herself into just like the influencer sphere and get a lot of essentially young and impressionable people to buy into this concept of what she was selling. The thing is, she's charging so much money for her hair services and she's not the one doing it. So it kind of changes things, and I don't think it's that ethical. Here is a video of all of the people that she's done. So as far as influencers, she's done Dixie D'Amelio, Dixie D'Amelio. She's done Kenzie Ziegler, who has just like millions of followers. And again, all of these influencers have younger clientele. And these are their before and after transformations. She's done Avani's hair. Also, another thing too is it's called Hair by Chrissy Victims, because sometimes people kind of think that their before and after transformations aren't that great, or months later they'll end up having to chop off all of their hair, which leads a lot of people to believe that Hair by Chrissy completely damaged their hair, just completely ruined it, fried it off. Again, Hair by Crispy. And so she's not even doing these influencers' hair that great. With millions of followers and that much influence, you'd think that she would handle their hair in a bit more of a delicate way, but instead it seems like she becomes more focused on the before and after flashy transformations, just having something that looks really impressive for this before and after situation that she can post onto social media. And instead, she ends up ruining a lot of these influencers' hair just so that she can kind of post it on social media and get their followers to want to buy into her brand. And yeah, I agree. There's some great people here for sure. I'm getting used to the anxiety of streaming, to be honest, or just the nervousness. It's a whole new thing for me. Nessa Barrett, she's done, I don't know this influencer. I don't want to mispronounce her name, but so Couvert, yeah. And Alabama Barker as well. And you can see a lot of times she adds in these really intense extensions that, again, might be too heavy for their hair and can be really damaging. So yeah, then she's even done Taylor Frankie Paul's hair.
Watch us transform
so you can see
into a darker blonde. First, we always take before photos on the wall. Now we're gonna go ahead and start low lighting. We're gonna use 6GB 6NW. What we're gonna do is we're gonna do some of the lights and bring them to the end, and some we're gonna leave out the end just to keep some of the ends bright. Then once we do that, we're gonna also break up that base with a few highlights too, so when it fades, everything will fade super natural and it won't be like she just has a dark crown on her head. Then we're gonna go ahead and
again, there's multiple people working on Taylor's hair, which I think is normal for if you're like a super famous hairstylist, to have multiple people. I don't think that's abnormal.
We're going to do 7 NB and 9 GB. Then we're going to go ahead and tone her ends. We're going to do 10 BS. And look how beautiful it turned out. I feel like it looks so good on her skin tone, and she's so pretty, and it makes her hair look so healthy, and it will grow out.
I mean, the transformation looks amazing, and I definitely think that Taylor has amazing, beautiful hair. So it looks really awesome. Yeah, I'm definitely a nervous talker. Absolutely. I always talk extremely nervous. But yeah. So, I mean, she's also done a ton of other people's hair that have just millions of followers. I mean, Avani, whose hair she has done, has over 41 million followers on TikTok. Sometimes that amount of millions of followers just breaks my brain personally. How? I can't comprehend that personally, but she's, oh, sorry if I booped the mic. She has 41 million followers. She's done Nessa Barrett's hair, and Nessa Barrett has, 19 million followers, famous pop star. So Hair by Chrissy has gotten around on the influencer scene. And Tana Mojo has even had a take on Hair by Chrissy.
And I've been meaning to do this, honest to God, for days, okay? I want to talk about Hair by Chrissy, and I want to do it while I'm taking a shit. I just want to know what happened, first of all, from COVID to now. How do you go from Hair by Crispy to then being back in the space that you're able to charge people $4,000 to do hair? And honestly, it's weird because I feel
yeah, so hair assistants putting in the color or rinsing and washing is pretty standard if it's a high volume, high demand stylist. Yeah, I feel like I'm trying to remember because I haven't. So this is also not, I do not recommend that people do this. And because first off, I'm not an expert, and I just don't think it's something good. But lately I've just been doing a slight amount of sun-in. And then if I think my hair is like too dark during the winter time, and then blow drying my hair, and it just kind of lightens it. And that's the only thing I've been doing for the past, I want to say however many months. I mean, I went through the bright pink phase, and then after that I was like, I'm over it. The only thing I'm gonna do is just sun-in, which I know a lot of people don't recommend. So I haven't been to, and I definitely don't recommend other people do it because I've heard that it can be really bad, especially if you do way too much sun-in. But that aside, the last time I remember going to a hair salon, I mean, even that hairstylist that kind of fried off my hair, but I remember she had an assistant with her, and the assistant was super awesome. And I think that it was really helpful because I wasn't sitting at the bowl for too long. If you have foils in your hair and it gets washed out, I'm an 80s baby. I still use lemon juice in a hair dryer. Yeah, exactly. I feel like I feel like it's been good for my hair and has helped it grow longer. Because personally, I feel like I felt like when I went into a hairstylist, it kind of, I felt like my hair wasn't growing, and it was kind of just falling out, to be honest. But maybe that's just me. I have like a really sensitive scalp, honestly. But that's totally besides the point. That aside, I definitely know that having assistants is really common. I think what has made Hair by Chrissy go way too far is the amount that she charges. She has charged her clients $4,000 to get their hair done, which is definitely like major celebrity level, and fries their hair off in the process. And on top of that, it's called Hair by Chrissy, and she's not the one doing it. She doing a lot of it. Sometimes I've heard, as we'll kind of watch, she'll walk away and other people will come in and do a lot of the part of the process. And so that might be what most of the complaints are, though I guess we'll find out. We'll watch some of these clips. Here's Tana Mojo's take.
I think I almost have reverse entitlement in the hair world to speak on this. Like, my tracks were out. I've had so many bad hair jobs. I've been charged so many things by people.
Let me know if it's too quiet, by the way.
I know what good hair is, good hair costs, good hair looks like. I've worked with a lot of celebrity hairstylists, some insane, some not. And I'm just gonna let my thoughts go. Okay, they're not gonna be in order, but these are my thoughts. First of all, I just wanna say that the layers that she left the girl with are a hate crime. I don't even know how else to say it. Like, the layers of her hair, and she claims that. Like, you let her walk out of that salon with those layers. Secondarily, I'm gonna say I feel like the high-end price for that job and those things is like $3,000. 4 is crazy. 4 is also crazy if you are not.
It's interesting because I definitely feel like Tana's kind of in that world, the influencer world. She's had extensions. She's had the sort of bleach blonde hair. And so in a way, she kind of knows what she's talking about when it comes to hair and getting these high-end hair stylists. And so for her to say that on the high end, $3,000 is even just the most, it definitely means a lot, I think, coming from her. And for her to say that for the quality that Hair by Chrissy does, to be charging $4,000 is just an insane amount. And she's not really doing that great of a job. I definitely think in some ways I would listen to Tana because I think she knows what she's talking about.
Not leaving with something that looks like $950 to move your extensions up. I could go down the street and start walking until I found one of those Uber Eats robots, and I could teach the Uber Eats robot within 45 seconds to move my extensions up. I can move extensions up. Toddlers and tiaras can move extensions up.
So Hair by Chrissy charges $950 to move your extensions if they've grown out from being down to up. That was how much I thought that my hairstylist charged me too much to when she bleached my hair and kind of fried it off. And that was $900. To charge $900 to move extensions, that's definitely quite a bit.
$950 for that, I don't care. Chris Appleton, I guarantee you, does not charge that. I guarantee you does not charge that. I also think that when you are paying for a celebrity hairstylist or makeup artist or anyone to touch your hair, touch your face or whatever, yes, the prices do get higher, but that person is on your person the entire time. You cannot charge, especially without letting her know that other people are going to be doing the job for her. I don't give a rat's ass if she came and touched for 10 seconds. That's not her doing it the entire time. That is lethal. That is a lethal level of scamming. That is surviving Hair by Chrissy level scamming. I'm so sorry. Okay. And then here.
That's just funny because someone said, yeah, Tana knows about scams. But I want to also I want to say that Tana, I think she's shown a lot of growth recently and is in a really healthy place. So to be really positive about it, I think that she's doing really great right now at this point in her life. So I think it's especially her saying all of this and saying Hair by Chrissy is scamming. It says a lot, especially because she knows about the industry. She knows what's going on. I definitely, the volume is so low for me compared to Madison talking. I thought I heard that. Here, I'll try and raise the volume a little bit. So let me know if that makes a difference. Sorry about that.
Here's where my head's at. Imagine you are
let me know if that worked.
Charging Utah girls and sorority girls alike $4,000. You have so much money. Like, that is crazy. The profit margin of how much the hair costs, how much your time costs versus what you are charging. You are loaded if you're doing that all the time. So why on God's green earth?
Yeah, doing great. One of her front teeth is missing. I feel so bad for her on that. I think that, I mean, I relate in terms of maybe this is where I struggle. Coming from a really bad upbringing, there's like things that you just can't control, and you try to escape that upbringing. And no matter what, there's things that are just gonna always be there. Like, I remember when I did the video on Tana Mojo, just her mentioning how her parents would avoid her going to the doctors at all costs, so she wouldn't have access to basic healthcare or the dentist. And so it's that, like, just that kind of makes me really sad on that aspect, where now you can see those things where she also, I remember my grandpa's a dentist, and he would always tell me, do not get veneers before you're older, because the amount, like 50s kind of age, not if anyone's 50, I'm not saying that that's old, I'm just saying that's the age that he would say it's okay to get veneers, because if you get veneers at a younger age, it would just lead to root canals and your teeth decaying sometimes. It just kind of, it shaves down your teeth, and so many things can happen. But again, kind of with the influencer trend, so many influencers were getting veneers and then kind of cross promoting it, and it's kind of the trend. And so yeah, I think that probably coupled with, again, this is just me assuming, I don't know Tana's story intricately, I'm not her, but the fact that she didn't have access to dentistry when she was younger, and probably had existing problems with her teeth, she veneers seemed like a very simple solution in comparison to having to get braces, having to get all of this work. And so I really relate to that, and it's really sad too, because that was promoted to so many young influencers who, at least listening to my grandpa, I don't know if he's very versed in the modern dentistry, and he's been dealing with some really bad health issues lately as well, which is really sad and been difficult for my whole family. But it's really sad that all of these I just keep thinking, whenever I see a young influencer get veneers, that they are literally going to have so many root canals and problems with their teeth getting older. And also I've been seeing so many videos of celebrities from like the 90s and their different teeth, and kind of how beautiful that is. Like, I don't know, the unique teeth that not like it's and that it's not an ugly thing. I think that people that have this sort of quirky different teeth shapes, or it kind of adds to your personality and your special uniqueness. And so I don't know, I think that's really cool too. Anyways, that was a total rant. So that was Tana's take on hair by Chrissy. So how did all of this come about? All of this came about because someone who isn't necessarily, to my knowledge, a famous influencer, but someone who was inspired by all of the famous influencers going to Hair by Chrissy, she was inspired to go to Hair by Chrissy as well, and went and was very disappointed with her experience, so she made a video. So let's watch that video.
First, get your hair done. It's a little bit overwhelming because everyone's kind of grabbing your hair everywhere. There's like 10 people around you, and Chrissy's nowhere to be found. I don't know. Obviously, she has a lot of followers, and a lot of people are coming to get their hair done by her, but it was a little bit disappointing to like pay the price that I did for the service. I think she might have touched my hair for 60 seconds. I'm being so genuinely honest with you. And here's the receipt.
Let me pause it. Okay, I was scared I was gonna miss it. Okay, so this is the receipt for a service by Hair by Chrissy, which the total is over $4,200 to get your hair done. What? Like that, I'm trying to think of what $4,000, like in this economy, that could solve so many people's problems right now. It's just maddening. maddening to just have like I'm sorry, like I get it, you're a celebrity stylist, but no, I actually don't get it. I don't get it. Especially I guess like I do struggle with that, unless the one thing I understand is if you are a celebrity makeup artist and you have clients like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of a celebrity that I really like and look up to, but then I feel like if I say a celebrity, then I'll find out something about them and it'll just disappoint me. Who's like a really good celebrity that everyone looks up to? Adele? I don't know. That was the first thing I thought of. But anyways, if you have like a makeup artist client like Adele, that's for some reason the first person I thought of. And that's the sort of clientele that you are often working with, then of course, maybe if someone else wants to work with you, you'd be like, hey, I normally work with this sort of caliber. Lady Gaga. That's who. Okay, Lady Gaga. If your normal clientele is Lady Gaga, who does Keanu Reeves. Yeah, I'm imagining a makeup artist saying, sorry, I normally do Keanu Reeves makeup. I can't work with you because I'm doing Keanu Reeves. But yeah, if you're normally doing high-end celebrity makeup art, then you're not going to work with the average normie. Like, you're just not. So I get charging an obscene amount of money to do that, maybe, but I also would say Hair by Chrissy is working with influencers. It's not really to that level, and also I just don't understand the fact that she's sort of doing what every other hairstylist is doing, and to the level of what every other hairstylist is doing, because there's amazing talented hairstylists all over the world who are doing this caliber. So just because she can make a really flashy, really great before and after that looks amazing on TikTok doesn't mean that she is at that level where she can charge $4,000. It doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, so the Chrissy service is $2,974. What is the Chrissy service? What is this? Is it going to change my life? Am I going to go from me right now to like Amanda Seyfried? See, this is the thing. I'm terrible at pronouncing names. I know how to pronounce Amanda's name, but I can't say it. Amanda Seyfried. I don't know. Can someone tell me how to pronounce her name? Coconut cream. That's $570. Again, what is this going to do for my hair? Whipped cream, $456. 7-second detangler for $40. You're saying something was on her hair for 7 seconds and it was $40. What? I'm so sorry if I'm maxing out the mic right now. I'm a little bit too dramatic, maybe. Milben Repair Restorative Shampoo for $32. That's more than my shampoo costs. And it was just a one-time use. Milben Repair Restorative Treatment for $44. Ammo Repair Serum for $36. Again, these are how much products just actually normally cost. I'm hoping that she actually bought these things and didn't just use them once. Okay, I think the detangler is the product. She's being charged for the product. Okay, that's what I'm hoping. I'm realizing as I said that out loud, I'm hoping that she was actually charged for the product. And we'll watch the video and find out more, because I realized as I said that, and I'm like, this is more than my actual products cost. It might actually be that she paid for the product and didn't just use it once. So I'm really hoping that that's what happened. Because yeah, coconut cream times 5. Does that mean she paid for it 5 times? That might be. Okay, but wait. Also, like, why would you pay for something 5 times or 4 times? Did she get talked into paying for 5 times the amount of the product? Okay. 7-second detangler costs $13.50 at Ulta. again, they're going to Hair by Chrissy because they trust her, because she's worked with all of these influencers and made these incredibly looking before and after transformations. I don't know if incredibly looking is it's definitely not the correct grammar, but you know what I mean. So that's why they're going, and they're trusting her quote unquote expertise.
So that is just the price of Chrissy touching your hair. And when I tell you,
Yeah, this
touched my hair
pricing
for
is
60
nonsense.
seconds, I'm restating this because I don't think it's
The
talked about
tax,
enough.
the
When
$14
you're not
tax might be
famous
the
and
most
you
wild
go
thing
to
about
Chrissy,
this.
she doesn't actually spend time on your hair. You'll walk in, she touches your hair, asks you what you want, then she tells everyone what to do on your hair. But
Many of the non-influencers who pay this must not regularly go to a salon or have a stylist. I text my stylist a photo and a budget, and we work towards that. That sounds amazing. I feel like that's where I've messed up or fucked up in the past too, is because that's probably how people know whether you are versed in the industry and you know what you're doing versus if you don't. Because I feel like I've gone into bad stylist, honestly, in the past, and I've just been like, oh, here, I don't know, like, do what you want, and then have gotten charged too much. But I feel like when you work with your stylist over a long period of time and you have a great relationship and they're great people, you can like just be upfront and be like, hey, this is what I want, this is what I need, this is the budget, and kind of get to a realistic point. I feel like also maybe a lot of people are afraid to do that. They don't want to offend stylists as well, because at least that's where I've been in the past. Maybe again, this is my social anxiety speaking, but I don't want to offend people. So I'll be like, oh, whatever you want to do, whatever you need, go for it. And then at the end, I'll be like, oh, okay. I feel like that also happens sometimes. And I feel like it's a little bit where it goes both ways. You have to be really vocal and just be like, okay, this is my service. I need to be as vocal as possible and be like, this is what I need. This is what I want. And then it's okay to be like that. Anyways, does Crispy ask what color your Bugatti is? I don't know.
the problem is when you have 10 people pulling your hair every way and like dyeing your hair, they're all kind of on different pages. So I'm going to show you my inspo pic.
Okay, that's the inspo pic.
I definitely don't think it met my expectations. I didn't really notice a difference in the color from before. Like my roots are pretty still dark. I did ask for a shadow root like the photo, but I don't know, it just didn't meet my expectations how I was expecting it to with the price that I paid. But again, you're never 100% gonna.
Yeah, if you're paying $4,000 for something and you show this is what I'm wanting photo, I would probably expect it to be exactly like that photo. Or I mean, unless it's impossible. Unless, like I said, there was one time that I had red long hair, and I was like, oh, I want to go blonde. And that's not a good idea in any circumstance whatsoever. You got to find someone you love and trust, plus transparency. For big color transformations and treatments, they charge like per bowl of treatment color or per wash, hence why this is fishy. Yeah, exactly. For it to just always be a base price of like the Chrissy treatment of $2,900, that's weird. It shouldn't always be. It should probably depend on what you're doing. If you want super long extensions, plus I think, again, I'm not an expert, but the price of extensions would probably depend on how long the extensions are. I tipped and thanked my stylist for the worst cut ever. I had to get it cut by someone else a day later. It was so bad. Oh my God. I can definitely relate. I'm so sorry that happened. I feel like it's one of those things where also, I feel like sometimes you feel like they put in all this work, and so you don't want to offend them, and also that you want to tip them because it feels so rude not to tip, and so it's like, okay, thank you for your work, but then also it's your body, it's your hair, and so it's such a weird line, I feel like, for a lot of people. Yeah. Hi. Yeah. if I'm paying 4K, I better leave the salon looking like Julia Roberts on the Oscar red carpet. Exactly. Like I better have the most amazing transformation. Yeah.
Be happy and it's never gonna 100% be perfect. So it's how you really lay it out in this situation, I guess. I feel like I'm just more upset about the fact that like I was like, oh, I'm gonna go get my hair done by Chrissy, and it wasn't even Chrissy who did my hair. Like she spent less than 60 seconds on my hair. Overwhelming, and when I tell you there's so many famous people in there, like there was like 3 girls like filming like a TikTok, and then there was other people getting the makeup done. Like when I was trying to leave, there was literally like a girl like filming a TikTok in front of the door, and I couldn't even get out for like 2 minutes because she was just filming a TikTok.
That's so, it feels like it's more about just making this hair salon look good on social media than it is actually being a really good hair salon, which is such a bizarre thing. But that feels like what's happening more and more with social media. Yeah, I don't know why. I feel like that's really dangerous too. Again, I feel like a lot of the youngsters, that makes me sound so old, but a lot of college students, people who are primarily on TikTok or Instagram, are gonna find a hairstylist through those means. They're gonna look up the best. I mean, that's how I found my tattoo artist. Honestly speaking, as I looked on Instagram for local tattoo artists in my area, would see the artwork that I liked the most, and then found someone through there. But also, you can kind of probably really easily game that system, it seems like, in a really unethical way. If you get a ton of influencers who are really good at making content, to do all these before and afters that are really deceptive and don't actually showcase your work, and then people go in and they don't actually get the work that they thought it was going to be. It kind of showcases how much of a lie or an illusion social media can be. And it sounds like Hair by Chrissy is now not even, she's just the face of something, and she doesn't even actually do the work. She just cashes in on it, which is bizarre.
Oh, I feel like it was very just like TikTok land, and like very like, I don't know. It's so cute. I think it's so cute, but it definitely wasn't my cup of tea because I just felt overwhelmed, and there was a lot going on, and there was 20 people grabbing my hair. Like they curled my hair in like a minute because everyone had a curler. Like 10 girls around me having a curler, just like pulling your hair. Overall, I really love my hair, and I just wanted to be honest with you guys because I've never seen someone do a video like this. It's definitely a very like hot topic right now about like Hair by Chrissy. I've been seeing it all over my page. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed my honest opinion, and bye guys. First,
Okay. So that was kind of the TikTok that it seems started a lot of the dialogue regarding Hair by Chrissy. Yeah. So after that, it seems like the reference photo that she had for the hair that she wanted, that person made a TikTok talking about how her hair wasn't as expensive as Hair by Chrissy. So let's watch that.
on different pages. So I'm gonna show you my inspo pic.
You don't know my face, but you definitely know the back of my head. Hi, I am your inspo photo. Here is the photo that I posted on my Instagram in 2024. And babe,
her hair is beautiful also, like goals. I mean, kind of, I don't, but I mean, awesome hair.
I come with receipts, more from the same day. And just because I love you all so much, one more. And honestly, the biggest gag is I think I probably spend $50 a year to do my hair. I am naturally blonde, so in the summer, I just use the infamous sun-in to stay blonde. In the winter, when there's less...
Not the sun-in reference again! Oh no! I was saying how I don't recommend it. But yeah.
Then I use a literal $11 root touch-up kit from CVS, and that's it. Honorable mention to the purple shampoo that has been living in my shower for the past 5 years. The other tea is I'm literally a hair content creator. If you go on my Instagram, I just post photos of my
Oh, thank you, Kiki. And thank you so much. And yeah, I feel vindicated. I know. I was literally saying like, oh, I don't think sun-in is good for your hair. I've heard it can ruin it. And then literally the person that I was like, oh, I think this person has like the best looking hair. Like 5 seconds later, she's like, yeah, I use sun-in. Oh, yeah. Well.
Hair.
And yeah, that's the other thing too. A bottle of sun-in is super cheap and really easy to maintain because you can be really messy with it and just go pss, 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 and then blow dry your hair. The H3 video. On that note, I won't be, and I haven't gotten sued. No defamation coming out. So yeah. But also there's been like a ton of videos made about me with a ton of misinformation spread about also people in my personal life. So yeah, I would say it's a bit hypocritical.
What you don't see is me meticulously brushing my hair and styling it so it's literally perfect for every single shot. The other T is I actually do not have a root in real life. The root that you see in the now infamous inspo pic is an actual shadow being cast on my hair. If you look at the other photos in that swipe, you will see there is literally no root. This is also all my natural hair. I don't wear extensions. I just take really, really, really good care of it. All of the curls you see, there's no heat. It is literally just heatless curls. And I think that's how I've been able to make my hair look as good as it is. And because I don't get professional high.
Well, so that's basically the person that was saying like, this is how I do my hair, and Hair by Chrissy charged you $4,000 for my inspiration pic, and it didn't end up looking like her hair, and she pays exponentially less. So I thought that was kind of interesting. So Hair by Chrissy eventually responded to all of this. So let's watch that.
Guys, have you seen this drama with the hair? This girl posted her review, and this celebrity famous hairstyle is posting on her stories, mocking her, bullying her. This is absolutely insane, guys. This lady has 3.5 million followers, and she's acting like this. What are your thoughts on?
So it looks like Hair by Chrissy posted on Instagram the person that made this video, her before and after, as a sort of response to be like, oh, it looks great, this before and after, which is kind of missing the point, because again, you can make things look great on a before and after, and that's what social media is. It makes things look glamorous, but that's not the reality of things, especially if you're charging $4,000 to somebody. It seems like for the service itself, it was really $3,000 about, but and then extra for a bunch of products. But I mean, it's which is also, I mean, I think that's exploitative itself. You should not be charging an extra $1,000 for hair products. Criminal. But yeah, the before and after aspect, I don't think that is indicative of what hair actually looks like. I mean, most of us who, if you've been to a barbershop or a hair salon, you know that things are gonna always look way better right after you go to the salon. They make your hair look incredible. They completely style up your hair, put in a bunch of products, and it looks great. And then after a few days, when you have to wash your hair, style it yourself, you realize, oh, I can't make this look as great as the hairstylist did. I'm not that talented at it. So yeah, LOL, my hair brushed versus my hair not brushed. So yeah.
That's insane.
So it looks like she's just doing a bunch of kind of crashing out on her Instagram stories, though I hate the term crashing out now, to be honest, but she's kind of doing that, and showing her terms and conditions, which says, when getting your hair done by Chrissy, both her and her assistants will be working on your hair. Before which, I mean, that's fair that it does clarify that in the terms and conditions. I guess my question is, how would people, how clear are these terms and conditions? Does she make it really easy for people to go and find these? Or do you have to really dig to find that information? If you book an appointment with her, is that clarified that she's not going to be the only person doing your hair? Before any service, it's highly recommended that every client use the changing room to remove and store their shirt and put on the provided smock. Okay. We highly recommend booking your appointment on a day when you have no time restrictions to avoid stress. I mean, a lot of that is standard for a hair salon. I mean, so that's it seems like that's the only disclaimer they have, that Hair by Chrissy is not the only person. And I don't think that fully showcases how much Chrissy, or rather how little Chrissy, is working on your hair. Now we have to find a hair appointment like Tinder. Yeah, like really reading the terms and conditions. And then she's showing the text messages between her and the client who made a video about her, which I also just think is unprofessional. Again, this woman is very, very young. I don't like, my mom always says it's not the greatest to call women girls because it's just kind of demeaning, but also the person that made a TikTok looks like a girl. She's very, very young. And so there's a power dynamic at play. Chrissy is an older professional woman with just an entire business. She's the one that should be acting maturely, not showcasing and plastering online the text message exchange. I don't think that's the most professional thing to do. When this girl booked an appointment with you, hoping for the best, was disappointed by a service, I don't think it's good to punch down in that way personally. So she says, and also I don't know what this proves. Hair by Chrissy texts, great, that pick is bleached to the roots and you have roots in a week, or do you want bright and keep natural root? So she's, I guess, asking what kind of roots the client wants. And the client responds, something maybe that can be manageable but still bright. Makes sense to me. Chrissy responds, yes, great. Extensions and color around $3,500 to $4,500, which was the price that we ended up seeing. Still, again, Chrissy's kind of admitting to the fact that she charged this, and that's pretty bizarre, pretty insane to me. Girl is rude, but girl is love. Yeah. Chrissy should have handled the criticism like an adult. Agreed. Yeah, the criticism of Chrissy was not even overly negative or attacking. Should just be professional and not respond like this. Yeah, it's kind of, I think it's a bad look, especially when you're a business. I think, or just clearing it up in a professional style video. I get maybe especially if your business is primarily through social media and people are making videos on social media. I mean, Tana Mojo made a video, and this person, again, I'm trying not to say girl, but made a video on you. I can understand wanting to clear things up if you feel like you need to clear things up, but maybe try and formulate what you're going to say, be professional, and not go after the client themselves. I don't think going after the client is going to do any good. Responding very professional and saying, we understand concerns. Here's what we're going to work on to try and do better and be more clear to clients moving forward. We've taken in your feedback and we'll do better. I feel like that's what a business should do. Not make fun of, kind of like not dig into your client, make fun of your client, and then go on to showcase the text messages. What? Anyways, so and also this doesn't clear up anything. It doesn't make your client look bad in any way. It just shows that you did charge them the amount that they said you charged, and it also shows that you weren't there and other people were working on it as well, which I could also see why she would be confused by that, because your business is called Hair by Chrissy. Hair by Chrissy. But yeah. Oh, and it looks like we just turned off slow mode, so it's not slow anymore. Sorry about, we're just learning new things with the chat. Let's see if she posted anything else. I already have extensions though, and I'm able to just move these up, or is that included? Sure, as long as they are the right color, because you can't color them. Move ups around $950, color around $895. So again, showing that to move up extensions, she's charging $950, which is like the most expensive hair appointment that I've ever had, which I thought was like way too expensive in my personal opinion. Yeah, and this client is being so nice. And then she sends a deposit. Okay, love you, but I didn't. Yeah. You never showcase messages from client. They're not always right, but business model has to be able to apologize. Exactly. That's like a keratin treatment and a blowout in color. That's wild. Going after clients like that just makes her look way worse than she wants to look if she comes off as a bully. Sorry, I'm terrible at reading comments. I'm working on it. But yeah, exactly. Exactly. So yeah, that's a I don't even know what to say. That's how Chrissy responded to the backlash. And the pricing we can see on it looks like, okay, the pricing for Chrissy's salon starts at $1,500. And there's other like salons that Chrissy approves of. So I'm not sure. Okay, yeah, it kind of shows here. Sorry, I don't know if you can see it better like that. So custom extension service pricing starts at $1,500 and may increase just based on your desired outcome. So that's just for if you want extensions just at the salon that Chrissy works at, not Hair by Chrissy, but just any of the services or any of the salon, any of the hairstylists that have work done, which again is pretty high end. But I guess according to Tana Mojo, if you want this sort of influencer high end hair extension work, the high end price is usually $3,000. So that's what I'm kind of basing this on, to say that $1,500, sorry, is not really, really outrageous, but $4,000 by Hair by Chrissy is. Sorry if I butchered that. I was kind of doing multiple things at once, learning how to multitask while streaming. But anyways, so the other funny thing is that since we just did Secret Lives by Mormon Wives video, let me close some of these tabs. There's the Jay-Z salon by one of the Secret Lives of Mormon Wives cast members, and they have their pricing. Let's see if I can find it. So select service to see pricing. So the extension installation is $120 per row, which again, I honestly, it seems like this is a little bit more reasonable. I wouldn't know, again, because I'm not an expert, how much that would result in for like a full head of hair. But again, from what a commenter commented on, this seems more reasonable because you're pricing not just based on a total amount, just like, oh, this is the Hair by Chrissy service is $3,000. Instead, you're pricing based on what you know, per bowl, just like, you know, full blonding foils, half blonding foils. You're kind of, so it's pricing based on service, and they're really upfront about that. So it seems a little bit more reasonable. And Jay-Z's salon is now a celebrity salon since she's on Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. So it seems like even in comparison, this is more reasonable. Jay-Z runs a salon. Yeah. That could be a turnoff for potential clients as well. Like the hairdresser who would expose my messages if I don't say the right thing. No, thank you. Yeah, I'm entertained. Yeah, my bizarre way of speaking. It's this whole streaming thing is so new for me. But yeah. So anyways, that is mainly the situation with Hair by Chrissy and everything that happened. Here, let me go to full stream because I don't know if that's but yeah, that's the full Hair by Chrissy situation for the most part. More people have made videos kind of talking about it, but I feel like we've been talking about it for long enough. Yeah, so that's everything that's happened there. And I feel like now we can probably move on to the Leah Ashe and MeganPlays situation, which is, I think it's kind of, I think it's really shocking. It's really sad, especially just in terms of talking about positivity. This is a situation where I feel like MeganPlays is a really positive streamer, a really uplifting streamer. Again, very cozy vibes, very all positive. And so to kind of hear what happened is just really, it's a bummer. But also I think that maybe there's a kernel of positivity just in the fact that I hope that maybe Megan will bounce back from it and be better than ever afterwards. Sometimes you have to sort of eliminate toxic people in your life. Eliminate might be a harsh word for it, but sometimes when you, oh gosh, I feel like there's an analogy for it. Let me know, chat, if there's a what analogy I'm thinking of here. But you know, when you kind of get rid of the muck in your life, it leaves more room for the brightness. It kind of clears the way. There's even better things ahead. And I think that maybe this situation really highlights that. So that's sort of the positivity in all of this, even though it's a really bummer situation. When there's that sort of aspect of people in your life who are just this negative energy, this negative presence, people that don't really want the best for you, and you don't realize it until something really, really bad happens. The positive aspect of that is, well, something happens, you realize, oh, that person's not who I thought they were, and you're able to not have that toxic person in your life anymore and move forward in a more positive way. Yeah, you should exactly detox your life, detox the negative people. And I think that's in a way, that's the positive aspect, even though it can be just so devastating in the process. The positive at the end of the rainbow after the rain is that you don't have that energy in your life anymore. You don't have that person that's weighing you down. And I feel like this happens in so many other ways. Like there's sometimes I see on TikTok, and I feel like we've all had this experience of I've heard people call it the monitoring spirit, sort of friend or relative, but the person that doesn't really want the best for you in life. And you can see that through their kind of subtle passive aggression, where they're always they're always the most often in your life when things are going wrong. That's when they really show up for you, or just in your life, or have the most interest in you, is when things are going wrong. But when you get that promotion, or you're really excited about something, or you have a new relationship that with a person that's really good for you, that's when all of a sudden they're just silent. They're not around. Or they're just kind of distant. You can sense that energy shift, and that's sort of an indication that probably they don't really want the best for you. They're not really looking out for you in that way. They're not really there for you. They just want that negativity, and they probably have a lot of negativity going on in their own life as well. Again, I'm not an expert in that. I'm sure there's a lot of other elements, or there's friends where it's like they'll start to adopt aspects of your personality, things like that, because they have their own insecurities or they don't know who they are. And so they see your confidence, the fact that you know who you are, what you want, and they'll start to kind of, maybe even subconsciously, they don't even realize that they're doing this. They're just feeling lost in their own life. And so then they start to kind of replicate what you're doing, where you're going, and then maybe even being frustrated that they can't do that, because we're all individual people. No one can do what someone else is doing the way that they're doing it. We're all on our own path. And so then they just kind of become frustrated, that sort of like jealous energy, which I don't know. It's like sometimes I used to hate thinking that people were jealous of me in a weird way, because that just felt really like self-absorbed to be like, oh, they're jealous or whatever. I always felt like it was something different, or just honestly speaking, I was like, I didn't want to ever assume that. But I think that that can be an aspect in a lot of ways of just people in that way where people don't even realize it, but they feel lost. They don't know who they are. And if you feel really sure of yourself, it kind of points that out to them, and they don't like that. And I think that the MeganPlays and Leah Ashe situation kind of really shows that. So anyways, if you don't know who MeganPlays is,
I haven't streamed
here. Sorry, let's go on to stream mode. Let me pull up chat again so I can see. Those friends are not fans of whimsy. We could all use some whimsy. Absolutely. I love that. Yeah. Which I want to kind of do on these streams, like a sort of, I don't know how to describe it, maybe like a book club kind of section where we can talk about books like that we like reading, or just talk about, because I love like whimsical books. Those are my favorite. I'm trying to read more nonfiction, which is, I pointed to it right away, which is up there. One of the ones that I'm currently reading, I just started and barely, but The Bell Jar. But I'd love to talk about books and get more into that. I'm kind of started burping a little bit, so but I think it'd be fun to have that whimsy element. I also really want to start like doing Legos on stream while I talk about stuff like this. I feel like that'd be too much multitasking that I can handle, but it could be really fun to like have a camera right here on my desk and like build Legos while talking, or do like little there's like those book nook corner things where people build like little book nook things, and it's all these tiny little universes, and I think it's really cute. Schadenfreude is great. I know, right? Yeah. I actually talked a little bit about that in the Ned Fulmer drama situation as part of like the Try Guys deep dive. Like feeding on your misery. Some people can't be satisfied with what they have and always covet what others have. Yeah, it's like this. I definitely think there's an element of that, which is super interesting. I don't even know. It's almost like, again, I feel like it's an emptiness inside of themselves where they haven't discovered who they are. So it's like they're always wanting to kind of try on a bunch of different hats. And so if they see someone else that has something, they're going to covet that simply because they're just not satisfied with themselves. They think, oh, that person looks great. What they're doing looks good. They look happy doing that. So I'm going to go try that. That's, I guess, my take on it. Books and Legos. Do people make books out of Legos? If not, then you've got to invent that. That would be really okay. One thing I saw at the Lego store. So there's I don't think this is like a dox in any way because it's really far away from even where I live, but there's a mall that got revamped super far from where I live, but we ended up stumbling upon it, and it it was like a revamped mall from the early 2000s where people were walking around everywhere. There was a Build-A-Bear shop. There was like the Miniso store that has all those surprise boxes and all of that. And oh, the plural of Lego is Lego. Oh no. Well, I'll probably forget that and still say Legos, to be honest. But there was all these cute stores. There was even a store that had like a claw machine where you could go and play with claw machines. It was really fun to take the family to. And they had this Lego store that one of the things I really liked was you can build a Lego that was like a picture frame of different cool pictures. I think they had the Mona Lisa or different really beautiful pictures. And I was like, I really want to do that and put them around my office. I think that would be so fun. That's one Lego that I really want to build. And yeah, that's one that I really, really would love to do. I don't know if people would like to watch that on stream, but yeah. And there was a food court there that was teeming with people. A ton of people were walking around the food court. They had a bookstore in there that was not a Barnes and Nobles. And it was so cool. It had a whole manga section and also a comic book section, which was really, really cool. I thought that was awesome. And especially I've heard that a lot of people are diving into the One Piece manga. I guess the Book Talk girlies are starting to read the One Piece manga. So that's an interesting crossover. So yeah, I really, really want the Milky Way Lego. Yeah, exactly. I really want that. I think that'd be so cool. So that blew my mind because I did not know that was a thing until I was walking around there. So yeah, I feel like I kind of want to do a deep dive on this on the second channel, but I feel like a lot of malls have the death of malls was essentially from people just, okay, let me organize my thoughts before I say this. I feel like people ended up buying more online because sometimes we naturally go to the thing that's easier to do because we like more options. People naturally like more freedom, but then we don't realize what we lost in the process. So people didn't realize that even though online shopping became an option, and more businesses popped up that were online shopping, and then Amazon opened up and took over all of that, that in the process, there was the death of the third space, the malls, the other places. I mean, now there's those plazas but even with the plazas, people aren't really walking around, and there's not that third space element where everyone can really just spend time. And it's not even about shopping and going and buying what you want, but people are just walking around, enjoying just being with each other, a sort of marketplace aspect and socialization. And I think that while people were really excited at first with this sort of online shopping and buying on demand and having it come right to you, the convenience aspect of it and the possibility of having a ton of different options and being able to sort of price compare, I think that we didn't realize we were losing the socialization aspect until it was gone, until a bunch of malls died and shut down. And I think that seeing this other mall that was opened up, and also a lot of stores were revamped where there was like a go-karting store, or not store, but it was like instead of a store, it was a place where you could go karting, or another store where basically you could do activities, and it became this sort of place where socialization was at the forefront. I thought it was so beautiful to see that, because there was just a ton of people of a ton of different backgrounds, social hierarchies, essentially, or you know what I mean, like class you know what I mean, different classes that all came together in this one place. And I think right now in this world where we're so separated, do kids even go to the mall to hang out still? That was I mean, I think I've heard that there's some malls that have playgrounds, and a lot of moms who are struggling to find socialization or find ways for their kids to play will go to malls, but they're so empty that it kind of feels like it's not really it's not a very popular thing to do, at least not as much as it was back in the day. And so I definitely think that sometimes we'll do things because it feels easy and convenient in the short term, and we don't think about what we lost in the long term. I mean, same thing with public transportation. I think that a lot of the reason why we bought cars is because we wanted the freedom to drive on our own where we wanted to go. But what we lost in the long term was this ability to go on trains and travel where we wanted, of public transportation, essentially, that was accessible to everyone. And so I don't know, Amazon killed the mall star. Yeah, so that's a whole random rant, but I've been thinking about that. I kind of wanted to do like a really larger deep dive on it, like really looking at just the data and the statistics of it, and the death of the mall and the third space, and also how that affects our socialization, because I think I think that people yearn for the malls and in that aspect, and it's something that so many kids nowadays don't get to experience as much. And that's so sad to me. But also, I think that if we all kind of came together and created something like that, it could be so cool. So yeah, I've been a Lego fan all my life and would love to see you build some of it in your streams. Oh, cool. Okay. I also feel like I'd be so bad at it because I'd be building and then I get distracted. So I have to really learn how to stay on track while I'm building. I'll be like in my free time practicing building Legos and talking so I can get good at it, but I think that'd be really fun. The hard thing is it's not profitable to make the space, but it benefits society so much. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I think about, even I feel like I'm going to sound so lame. I had never been to Europe except for one trip to Spain on like the anniversary of my brother's passing with my mom, just so we could get out of town for a little bit. But I was really blown away by the emphasis on community spaces in the country. And I feel like it really, the stark contrast between Spain and the US, and just the fact that we don't have a lot of emphasis on community spaces. I think that that's something that, again, maybe we just don't do it because it's not profitable. But what if there was a way to make it profitable? Or what if people just ignored other aspects and went towards community spaces or business startups that emphasize community spaces? That might be a way to change the culture, but I don't know. Working to live instead of living to work. Yeah, I think it's partly the capitalism of it all. We're all too busy from working to survive that we're too tired and exhausted to go and create community. Yeah, exactly. It's like, 'cause who's going to do it? Who's going to be the person that really does that? I would love to, but then it's like, oh, I don't have enough money to start something like that. And then if I went to pitch it to investors, they have a ton of other more profitable things that they would do. And so they're not going to do it. And then we're also busy working on things that are just in front of us and just really, what's it called? It reminds me of like a hamster on the wheel, just I'm forgetting the analogy, but I hope you know what I mean, where it's just we're running just on the here and now because we're all just feels like barely surviving. And so it feels like to really be able to do something like that and to create a world like that is just so far ahead of our imagined reality and just so unrealistic, unfortunately. Always love pushing for community, anything to build connections with those who live around you. Yeah, I also have noticed too, like even when lately this past year, I really pushed myself to make more friends because that was something when I first became a mom, I got really down on myself about the fact that I didn't have many friends. I felt like I felt like a loser, honestly. I felt like I just didn't have any friends in my real life. And I started a YouTube channel. And so I obviously connected with a lot of people online through that. But in my day-to-day, I struggled with social anxiety. I struggled getting out there and putting myself out there. I had a lot of internal narratives about myself and just the fact that a lot of things I told myself that people won't like me if they get to know me too much, that I'm not good at making long-term friendships ultimately. I had gone to elementary school and middle school, but then I became a really intense ballet dancer basically that studied Russian ballet. And so then I went to an online school for my high school. And where it was like kind of dual enrollment, where you go into class and then you do some online classes. But through that, I do think, I don't recommend it. I don't think it's great, because I think it really can damage your ability to socialize, and you just don't build that confidence that you, well, my camera got really bright, but you don't build that confidence that you have the ability to make friends, that you have the ability to put yourself out there. And so through a lot of my adolescence and then into my adulthood, I just thought, like, I'm not very good at making friends. I would just know the people in my ballet studio. I would know the people through when I was in a modeling agency that I would meet. But like outside of that, I felt like I never had those really deep friendships, and I would always yearn for that, to like really, really connect with people and to really get to know people. I also just kind of felt like people didn't want to hear what I had to say, which I think starting a YouTube channel really helped me to realize that's a lie that I told myself. The fact that people would actually watch my content and engage with it and comment back, I definitely realized, like, okay, that's a lie. And so after I gave birth and was kind of honestly like a lonely mom, I kind of was like, okay, I should put myself out there more, and because maybe these are other lies that I told about myself. And I think that doing things, again, it was really weird, but I would go to this coffee shop and just sit and do my work sometimes, just to get out a little bit more from the house. And I would see this flyer they had for picking up trash. It was like a trash volunteer service. And I was like, like, why not? It seems kind of cool. And through that is how I met some of my friends. It's how I met my first friends, I would say. And they were really cool. We would literally just go around the community and pick up trash. And there's something about that where you're literally just stripped down into your most basic form. There's no pretenses. It's just like, oh, you go around and pick up litter, and it's really fun. It's also literally touching grass in a lot of ways. But it was like, I never thought I would meet friends that way. And then I did. And then in my local area, I ended up going to book clubs. And that's how I met a ton of people who were interested in books. But I definitely think that, and it was like, oh, each time I would think in my head, I would always think, oh, they're going to stop being friends with me at some point. They're going to find something that they don't like about me. I'm annoying. I'm too awkward. I am really bad at replying to texts sometimes, and they're going to like stop being friends with me eventually. And every time they would prove me wrong, because they're awesome, amazing people, obviously. And there's so many awesome, amazing people in the world. And so they would prove me wrong, and they'd keep being my friends. And it would give me more faith in the world, and like more belief that like, okay, there's so many awesome people, and I can keep going. I can keep meeting people and keep putting myself out there in these communities and these places where it just isn't what I would always think of naturally doing, like picking up trash or going to a book club. I would definitely recommend. I think they're really fun. And so, yeah, anyways, that was really random. I knew I was going to get onto a random tangent at least one point in this. But yeah, the thing about saying people won't like you if they know you too much is that there are people in life who are going to prove you wrong. But it's also technically true because there's 8 billion people. Yeah, I think that it's like this weird thing too, because it's like this aspect of vulnerability. There's this, especially like people that don't have the greatest childhoods, there's like this core wound in ourselves that we're at our core unlovable people. And I think there's, first off, other people are not going to heal that for you. Like, you really have to heal that yourself, just through doing the work of loving yourself. But at the same time, over time, people will show you that that's just inherently not true. But also, there are going to be just inherently things that are not great about you, and you have to admit that too. There's things that I know are not the greatest about me that I've had to work on through the years also. Yeah, there's been a ton of that too. I think I'm trying to think of like the biggest one. I mean, without like getting too real, probably because it's not the greatest. But I mean, I definitely think that for a long time, I mean, a biggest one is like I'm trying to think, because like it's different between like my like romantic relationships versus my like friendships. But my biggest problem is like I always am a fixer. Like, what are your problems? Let me figure it out. Let me like be the solution. But that can be too controlling too, ultimately at the end of the day. You have to let people really be themselves and just let that be, and not try and fix their problems and figure it out for them, because you don't really know the solution. You just have to be there for them and be supportive. That's what I've learned, because I always wanted to like step in and like help solve your problems, and that's not how that works in life. People are their own people. Streams are for random tangents. Okay, good. I'm doing it right. Okay, that's good. Friendship is magic. Yeah. I do beach river cleanups. Great for meeting cool people, and some dopamine for doing good. Yeah, it's weirdly been one of the funnest experiences. It's just started snowing over where I live, but like okay, I'm trying not to like, the program that I was doing will still do it during the snowy season, and I get to, sometimes I'm a little bitch and I don't want to do it during the snowy season, and I still should do it. But yeah, something I tell my sister all the time is like, to be loved is to be hurt, and every relationship will hurt. If you never try and find your people, go through things, you'll always be lonely. Yeah, exactly. It's like you have to, I think that's vulnerability at the core in a lot of ways, is just being okay with being hurt, or because, well, actually putting yourself out there, you don't know if you're going to be hurt, and you have to accept that, and you have to put yourself out there anyways. And I feel like people are getting worse and worse at that lately, maybe because it's social media, and the fact that essentially, even if you're just the littlest a bit cringe, you're going to get dunked on. You're going to get a ton of videos made about you, and it's not going to be, it's essentially, you're going to get a lot of hate comments. And I think that we as people have to just kind of accept that that's the reality of the world that we live in right now, and still be okay with being vulnerable, still be okay with putting yourself out there, and still be okay with the fact that you might be wrong sometimes. You might be wrong. You might do something wrong or say something not in the best way, and adjust from there. Adjust and learn and keep going and be vulnerable. Just whether it's online and social media or in your personal life. And I think that maybe the way that social media has been working lately has led a lot of younger people to feel like it's not okay to do that. It's not okay to be vulnerable. It's not okay to be open to learning, to be open to being hurt, that they have to be perfect right out the gate. And that kind of scares me. Hi from Australia. I just quit smoking. That's awesome. What kind of smoking? I know. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, my partner has quit smoking before, and it is not easy at all. So congratulations. No one's perfect, and we all are our own worst critic. Yeah. Being cringe is like a cardinal sin these days. Yeah, it kind of feels that way. Which I kind of feel like, I hope that the pendulum swings at some point. I'm going to make myself some hot cocoa. Awesome. I need to get hot cocoa for the next stream. I've been seeing these really cute mugs that either have like a kind of holiday style house with a little lid, or these like really cute vintage Santas. I feel like that'd be really adorable. But yeah. Okay. So anyways, let's get into Megan Plays. So Megan Plays has, I have to burp. Megan Plays has over 3 million subscribers, and she mainly does Roblox stream videos, it looks like. And some of her vlogs are about her giving birth and her newborn. Again, sometimes I have mixed feelings about people being too vlogging too much about their child experience, but it looks like She it kind of looks like she stopped. Again, I don't want to, because I haven't looked into it too much, so I don't want to speak from an ignorant place, but it looks like she stopped vlogging about her child about a year ago. So it's not like she's a family vlogger style, and she mainly does Roblox videos. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. So yeah, that's mainly Megan's content. And so anyways, let me pull up my document. So here's Megan describing her content.
My name is Megan, also known as Megan Plays, and I am a Roblox content creator. I did just start as a part-time content creator. I never thought it would become full-time. My friends told me all about Roblox and how it was the next big thing, and ever since then I kind of transitioned and I started getting full-time into Roblox content creation. And what I really love about Roblox is there are endless opportunities for creation on the platform. There's something for everybody there. Whether you want to get into developing games, or if you want to become a 3D modeler, a clothing designer. My husband and I, we launched a game development studio. We kind of made it a team effort. That went
So yeah, it seems like her husband was really involved in her content creation. They did a lot of things together. He was kind of a part of her brand, and a lot of people who watched Megan were really familiar with her husband. So keep that in mind.
well, and then it just kind of exploded from there, and we've had so much fun ever since.
So yeah, that's Megan Plays. She mainly plays Roblox, which I've actually heard very mixed things on Roblox. I've heard, yeah, I'll leave it at that. I've seen a lot of very fun clips from Roblox of especially the fashion, what's it called, the fashion show from Roblox, right? I'm gonna show just how much of a noob I am. But I've seen that. But then on the other hand, I've also heard honestly some negative things about Roblox, and I'm not very versed in the world. So if you have any takes, definitely let me know on the Roblox platform. But Megan had a kid around the summer of last year, as you saw through her birthing vlog content, and is a Roblox streamer, and her best friend was the fellow streamer Leah Ashe. Oh. Wrong link. Sorry, let me. So Leah Ashe seems to be a little bit larger of a creator than Megan, with over 5 million subscribers, and made the same type of content, it seems, with mainly Roblox and dress to impress sort of content. So they obviously became friends, collaborators, because of their similar style content. And so yeah, they collaborated a lot. And also Leah was Megan's child's godmother because they had such a close friendship. So yeah, here's a clip of the two of them collaborating. Oh, I have to log in to see this. No! Okay. Sorry.
Megan and Leah hate each other. Megan and Leah are the same person. So many conspiracy theories.
This is my husband's
Here's
TikTok.
the real truth. 1, are we the same person? No. At least I don't think we are. 2, if we hated each other, would we be launching a collaborative Girls Club channel together? We're launching our very own YouTube channel together because we're best friends. Tune in Saturday. There's gonna be Robux codes hidden in this video. Megan.
So basically, they had like a collaborative channel that they were launching. Just, they were super collaborative. They were super enmeshed together. They were besties. They were online besties. yeah, someone says, oh God, I don't like the sound of where this is going. Yeah. So Megan worked with her husband very intricately. They launched a lot of things together. She also worked and streamed a lot with her best friend, Leah Ashe. They streamed a lot together. They were going to launch a collab channel partnership. Yeah. And so they even moved so let's watch this video. So it looks like they moved with their they moved together across the country, which you have to be really locked in to do this, like as besties. Sorry, I'm just closing tabs while I'm opening this because okay, so anyways, let's watch this.
Today is currently, what's today? Tuesday, the 26th of September. I just came back home from getting a full body scan. So much fun to find out that I am perfectly healthy. So starting off the vlog with good news, which is that. And then today's horoscope is a new opportunity may present itself. This could be a chance to improve your public standing. By the time this vlog comes out, people might know my best friend is moving into the city that I live in. Yay! That is right. Leah is moving across the country to DFW, and to celebrate, I'm going to go to her house right now. She's not here yet, and plant some pink flowers for her because she loves flowers. And at her house that she's at right now, she has a beautiful garden, and there's no garden at this new home. So anyway, I'm just...
What a good friend. What oh my gosh. So her friend is moving across the country, which MeganPlays probably thinks, wow, my best friend is moving across the country to be close to me. That must be why she's moving across the country. Nothing else. And basically, and she's to try and help her move in, she's going to plant flowers in her friend's house. She's going through all of that for her friend because she thinks her friend's like moving there for her. Okay, let's see where this goes. Is there a difference between having girly whimsical decor and looking like you live in a CP Judgment? Am I being too judgmental? I can't even speak. You get what I'm saying. Check me. Yeah, I mean, I do. So I get this discourse. It's definitely very touchy for a lot of reasons. I think that let me gather my thoughts. I think that it is totally cute to love a lot of like squishies, especially if they give you comfort. For example, when my child was first born, I would buy my child a ton of stuffed animals and like plushies because I just wanted, it's actually like bad. I would like fill their room when they were able to handle it, not when they were too young and it wasn't safe. But once they were old enough and it was safe, I would just continue to buy plushies because I was like, oh, these are so cute and oh my gosh, I love them. And then it became something that like trickled over into my own life where it like gave me comfort to have plushies. And so when I see plushies, that's the sort of concept that I will think is like, oh, these plushies are adorable. It gives the people comfort. It's like their safety. I think that if there's a line to be had, I would say it's if a person infantilizes themselves too much, if that line ever crosses to where they are clearly pedobaiting. Like if a person is pedobaiting and it's not their own passion, it's not something that's coming from them. So like if someone is dressing where they're like it's clear that they're trying to appeal. Like I know that again, like Belle Delphine is a really complicated topic that like I haven't looked into too much. I'm probably not prepared for the discourse right now, but I know that's an accusation that she got a lot, is that she was pedobaiting because she was making herself look very young. I think a lot of that was just like naturally how she looked, but also there was an element there possibly and so that might be the line of like, if you are very clearly like, it's not a personal passion that you have, like you don't love these objects yourself, but you're like curating everything to be sort of appealing to that gaze, and then you're curating yourself, your image, your style to like appeal to that would be kind of the line, I guess, from my perspective. That's a fair take. Okay, I'm glad. Yeah, I was kind of like, oh, I don't know. I hope I say it in a good way, because yeah, I know it's like it's a complicated issue, but yeah, again, if it's like a personal passion and it's coming from like yourself, then mad respect. But yeah, if you're like kind of trying to bait people, then that's when it becomes a little bit. Yeah, she's leaning into her audience, but aligns with things she enjoys already. Yeah, exactly. Okay, anyways, so let's continue with the video.
I'm gonna plant her some flowers and hope that it makes it just a little bit more pretty. Add some color to her front yard. I'm so excited. Okay, so I'm gonna go. I already bought the flowers. I'll see you guys there. And no, I'm not gonna show her house to you guys. I'm just gonna show you guys the dirt, okay? Here I am in my garden girl era. We got the Roblox hat, an outfit, and my tennis shoes. I got a little meal board.
Okay, this is her
I think it looks okay.
planting the flowers.
I mean,
her
like
friends.
I said, if she hates it, it won't be forever, but I thought it was a fun little surprise.
She planted these pink flowers in her friend's garden because she knew that she would love them when she moved in.
It was really, really hot, so I wanted to leave. I'm like covered in dirt. Like I am filthy.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm sweaty. And like, oh, directly like in the middle seat. So it's got a hard top to
snacks. I've got some
So this is her with her friend helping her move in.
cashews, Takis, Pringles, but all Trader Joe's versions, and plantain chips, and these pumpkin mousse cookies.
Yummy. Yeah, we're getting ourselves some snacks for the car ride because it's like a 24-hour car ride. Zach has our snacks. He's acting very
They're doing
reckless
a car
with
ride
them.
with Okay, so Megan's doing a car ride with Leah, with her husband, Zach, right? I think is his name. Whatever his name is. No, I'm kidding. But Zach, they're all doing a car ride together. 24-hour car ride. This is gonna be great. And like the whole time, Megan's like, la da da, this is awesome. My best friend's moving closer to me. Like, this is gonna be amazing. She has okay, I'm sorry, I'm trying not to like jump the gun here, but
tell me what we got.
Organic banana chips. They're dried.
Don't put them in there.
Sesame honey cashews, which I'm skeptical on, but I'll try.
No, those are gonna be good.
And then I don't like these sesame sticks.
love these. I love them.
okay.
I did. I was like, dimension.
Ooh, it's sparkly too.
And it's sparkly. The walls are sparkly as well.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so she's a pink queen.
Pink girly.
Good morning. It is 6:40 a.m. on what day? This is the 28th.
Thursday.
Thursday. We're all packed up. As we can see, it's a little bit dark. The sun is just coming up, but we have Leah crammed in the back with a ton of stuff. I was gonna sit with her on some of the legs, but I'm thinking it's full. And then, do you want to show your doggies?
Yes, there's Harry and Astro back there.
Yes.
Super cozy in a little dog bed.
Yes. Anyway, we're on our way. I think we have to stop at a gas station and get ice, but that's about it. It's currently 9:12. We've been driving for a few hours. I don't know when our last check-in was. We're getting gas. How are you doing, Leah?
Good. I'm snacking on some cashews.
Ooh, and then I am gonna try, well, we are gonna try these honey lavender glazed almonds. It's gonna be shorter, and the reward is we will be at our houses and not a hotel. I'll get to see my
like, you can see how long this road trip is. It's really long. It looks like they finally get there. Let me try and fast forward to when they get there.
up and go.
Now we're sweating because everywhere it was sold out. He was sold out wherever we went.
Yeah, so they actually had 3 of them. One looked like it was in somebody's cart.
Yeah, someone was ready.
Or okie dokie, I am back from Target. Here is the Target haul. First and foremost, Leah got me these cute little accessories, I'll call them. She got me this clip. Now she gave you,
I mean, you can see from this video, like, just how close the two friends are. So that's that. Anyways, here's another video called Trapped in Nashville. I'll try and
Hello
kind of
there.
go through
I
it
bet
quickly.
you thought you saw the last of me, but no, I cannot be stopped. I am powerful and I am smart. And here we are today on the vlog channel. I am about to go to Nashville and stay in an Airbnb with 12 other girls, including myself, so 11 other girls, my sister, Leah, and then a ton of others. Hey Peach, you wanna say hi to the vlog? It's been a bit. Oh my gosh, she is dirty. She really needs a bath. So let's get started because I have to leave to go get on a plane in 20 minutes. I know, Peach, crazy. Okay.
So you can see how good of friends they are.
All right, we've wandered into a boot barn and Leah and I found matching jeans that are super cute.
You can kind of see them. You can't see them too well, but
Yes, there's flowers.
I know they're so cute. Maybe I'll wear these to the zoo. We came in here to find some denim for the boat day, like some shorts.
Yep.
And then
We've done a little bit of dance.
I'm gonna get a belt too.
I know, we're gonna do a whole haul later.
We gotta do a haul.
Hi, good morning. It is day 3.
I mean, they're hanging out all the time and they seem really, really close. So anyways, why is this such a big deal? Well, a video surfaced of Leah and Megan, Leah as well as Megan's husband, Zach Letter, who, funny enough, is also a Roblox streamer, as we've talked about. Sorry, I'm messing up my words. Basically kissing at Disneyland. So let's watch that clip. Basically, out of the blue, Megan's husband and her best friend Leah, who she's always around, they're super close. Leah moved across the country to be close to, Megan thought she was moving across the country to be close to Megan. All of a sudden, Zach, her husband, and Leah are caught kissing at Disneyland. And it wasn't Megan who seemingly found this out. It was fans who caught this happening in public. They had the audacity to do all of this in public. So anyways.
Listen, I don't know how I ended up here, but I am in white people's business. These are Twitch streamers, Megan's Play and Leah Ashe. I think it's Leah Ashe, whatever. And this is Megan's husband. Now, mind you, these been YouTubers for a really long time. Megan and Megan's husband been together for a hot minute. But who do we see at Disney World together? Megan's husband and Leah Ashe. And what were they doing? They were canoodling.
The flashbacks to the Ned situation.
These girls were really close. They played online games together. When Megan had her baby, Shorty was there. Like a big introduction on their YouTube. Like, look at this is the girl meeting the baby with Megan's husband. Now, mind you, people who are these followers.
Yeah, what were those two thinking?
Do this to your best friend. Mind you, this is Megan's story being like, making breakfast for your toddler when you see the most diabolical, heinous, disgusting video pop up on your For You page. And this is Leah being like, oh, Leah Ashe was better, blah, 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 laughing. Now, mind you, we are in white people's business. My main thing and what everybody else is like, you broke up this good friendship. But this man. And there's a piece of advice that older women have always told me. Don't bring a woman around your man. Don't bring no woman around your man.
That shouldn't be,
especially if your man
that shouldn't have to be advice.
And affectionate. Do not bring no woman around your man because she might take her. That's exactly.
I don't know. That shouldn't have to be advice. It's just so sad that this happened. And again, it's like flashbacks to the Ned Fulmer situation. The fact that, I don't know. It's interesting because all of these people had public profiles, the sort of affair was found out by fans who happened to see them out in public. First off, how did they not know that this would be found out, that this would be a public situation? Like, because they're public figures, if they went out in public, people would find out and they would film them and they would be exposed for having been out in public. Like, why would you go out in public? It's the same thing with Ned Fulmer, which I just did a script on and I'm just filmed today. But like, he went out in public with the person that he was cheating on his wife with. And it's like, you have millions and millions of followers. You don't think someone was going to recognize you? You don't think someone was going to snap a picture and send it to your wife? Same thing here. You don't think someone was going to record you at Disneyland, where literally millions of people go every single day? Why didn't you think that was going to happen? I mean, not just like give them advice on how to like not get caught cheating, but like, it's just kind of what? But at the same time, it's on the part of the betrayed partner, I guess, how would you rather find out? From the public sort of filming the people that are betraying you and blasting it online to where you find out just by scrolling on your For You page and being betrayed, or by these people going behind your back and then it takes months, years for you to find out this is happening. The whole time you think you have a best friend and a husband who love you and think you're amazing, and the whole time they're betraying you behind your back. So I guess what is the better way ultimately? That's awful advice. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's so misogynistic to be like, don't bring a woman around your man. Like, that's not, I don't think that should be the lesson here. I don't really think that should be the lesson. I think the lesson should just be like, some people are going to betray you no matter what, no matter how amazing you are, no matter what you can do. And you have to just kind of let that go and be like, know within yourself that you did nothing wrong. And actually that opened space for other great people to come into your life. Again, you got rid of the toxicity. Whenever I see this type of story, I'm extra sad because another mediocre man got the strange idea that he deserves not one, but two gorgeous goddesses. For what? I know, like, and the sad thing is, I think he's still with Leah Ashe. Like, what are you doing, Leah? Like, I mean, but like, honestly, I think that there's other men out there that would be like way cooler and chiller and like, but I don't know. Like, yeah. But I think that sometimes it's like, I don't know. Again, like people just think, oh, like I have this and this is so great. Like maybe I am that great and I just can have it all. Like why not try? It's like someone that this is a horrible analogy maybe, but like someone that goes to like a poker table and goes all in once and happens to win it big and they're like, oh, that worked. I never thought I would get something that amazing. Like Zach, Megan's husband, was like, I never thought I would bag a hottie like Megan. What if I like try and do it again? What if and he just doesn't see them as amazing human beings who are well-rounded, amazing people. So he's just like, what if I just do it again? That's kind of my take, I guess. Some people have zero self-control. Those two people don't seem to care about boundaries because they sure cross some boundaries where it mostly affects Megan. Yeah, that's the other aspect too. It's like she seemed so kind. She went above and beyond for her friend that was moving to see her, who she constantly went out of her way, it seems, and was just felt so, it seemed like in the content that we saw that she was so grateful for her friend, so excited. And they're just like, yeah, whatever. We're getting together, screw you. Like obviously none of us know what happens behind the scenes and how each of, but like I don't think anything justifies this. Truly, for this to be a well-known phrase, it's clearly assumed behavior for men. Man, neither is good, but having to go through something like this publicly is a nightmare. No personal space to grieve this kind of betrayal. Yeah. That's definitely, I mean, again, I'm planning on talking about this in my deep dive on the Try Guys, but also listening to Ariel Fulmer talk about how she had to experience the betrayal that she experienced so publicly, and she wasn't really given any privacy to just grieve all of that and process it. I feel like that would be so hard. You have a public platform, and so you're kind of expected to speak on it right away. I'm all for polyamory. I've done it myself and loved it, but no one should have to suffer through dishonesty and betrayal. Totally. I think communication is key. Like I know people in my life who were swingers and had been together for 25 years, and 10 of those years they were swingers and they loved it. It seemed like they really enjoyed that part of their relationship. And I think that's like really cool if you enjoy that, and then you're able to kind of at one point be like, okay, let's like not do that in our relationship anymore, and then go on to have a normal relationship afterwards. Like there's a communication there. There's a level of maturity and communication because you're just open and honest with each other. And then afterwards, you're like, okay, now we'll stop it. I think that's really cool. Same thing with polyamory, open relationships, all different sorts of relationship dynamics. If you're open and you're honest and there's communication and mutual respect there. But I mean, this is obviously a completely different matter where there's just none of those involved. But yeah, so yeah, and Megan didn't know. Yeah, she found out from her fans who, also I like how we have the same colors going on. We, Marstar, we have the same colors as your profile pic. But yeah, so she didn't know what was going on. Instead, basically the kissing video came out. I think it was plastered on her For You page. Again, I might be misspeaking here, but she just found out through basically a fan filming the kissing video and posting it and her scrolling on her For You page. Baby. I want to say, let's say. So this is the video, which we'll also post right here, or we'll show right here. And then
big introduction on their Megan's husband. Now, mind you, people in the story being like,
this is the story she made basically after the news came out, Megan, where she said, making breakfast for your toddler when you see the most diabolical, heinous, disgusting video pop up on your For You page. So I'm obsessed with the lime thing. But yeah, also I'd love to reach out to you soon, by the way. But yeah, so I think that's how she found out. But yeah, so here's the actual video on at Disneyland. Ew! But yeah, so that's the video that So clip of Leah and Zach kissing. Oh yeah, we just showed that. Sorry, I'm looking at my document right now to make sure I'm covering everything. So, and then also this is Megan briefly mentioning everything in a live.
Will I ever forgive my ex-best friend? No. Never. Never, ever, 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 ever. Because that's not a quality of a friend. Or a good person. Will I?
That's sad. Yeah. I mean, which obviously Megan is fully justified to not forgive her ex-best friend. Just, I can't imagine, again, having to, now Megan has a public platform. She has to be talking about this and is just completely betrayed. And she has to continue making content. That's how she makes a living. Now she doesn't have a partner. She's a mother. So she's kind of on her own. And she doesn't have a best friend anymore either. So she kind of has to keep making content. And I'm sure people are always wanting her to talk about this. And that's probably such an awkward situation to be in, because you don't want to talk about it. You don't really want to explain what's happening because you're still processing it. But how do you go about that? I can't imagine that position. I get her so bad, because after you pour your heart out and soul into people, like, how can you forgive them betraying you? Yeah, I mean, she was so like, my eyes just like bugged out of my skull, but like she was so like giving to her friends. And I feel like that's also how a lot of people enter friendships sometimes, is again talking about vulnerability. It's like, here's everything about me. I think a lot of us crave deep relationships in general. We just want to be like, here's everything about me. I love you. I want to like blah 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 blah. Like, this is all me. Like, and I'll give you everything. And then that person just essentially takes all of that and just crushes it, just stomps on you, crushes your soul. And how do you move forward after that and continue to trust people, continue to give people the benefit of the doubt? How do you even do that? And I think that's the biggest problem with vulnerability sometimes, is when you've been betrayed in such a deep way, how do you continue seeing the positive in people and understand that what just happened was not a you issue. That was a them issue. And you should, and that like what you did, putting yourself out there, loving people, being giving, you absolutely should still keep doing. And you can't let the way that people treated you crush you. Legit, it's so damaging to be cheated on as is, but to be betrayed by your partner and your best friend. Yeah. It's a hard pill to swallow. I mean, I think I do think, I guess, conversely, just even speaking from personal experience, what I've learned through the process of making friends is like my own personal flaw. Again, I don't want to speak for Megan. I don't know her. I'm realizing I'm getting a little bit off. I always like kind of start to scoot off camera a little bit as the stream goes on. But I realized that in my process, so again, I don't want to speak for her. Sometimes I can be like, first off, I can be a lot. I get that a lot. It's like, oh, you're too much. Like, I don't know if anyone has gotten that sometimes of like, oh, you're a lot, which there will always be people who can handle you as you are. And you just have to keep it pushing if someone is saying that you're too much. But also like sometimes you do have to be a little bit closed off at first when you get to know people, because that is just the process of getting to know someone. Sometimes I have just like put myself out there on a silver platter, and that does give the wrong sort of person every opportunity to use things against you or to like completely crush you if they wanted to. And that sucks. Like, I don't know. That's something that I've sometimes debated myself is, should I just keep doing that and say, if someone wants to hurt me because I'm just constantly like, I'm just myself and I'm like, here's everything about me, blah, blah, blah. Should I just let them do that and say, screw it, that's their problem, that's their prerogative. I'm not going to let that change me and the ways that I put myself out there? Or should I have a little more discernment? Should I be a little bit more closed off at first and really get to know people before opening myself up so much? I think that is something sometimes when making when getting to know people, making relationships. Can't watch because I'm at work, but sending love your way. Thank you. Yeah, I think the stream will be up afterwards, so you can watch the playback and how awkward I am and how much I mess up when I'm talking just off the rip. Ah, yeah. But yeah. So what was I gonna say? I don't know. Again, that whole rant is kind of off topic, but that's sort of the problem, I guess, with making friends. And ultimately, I don't think it prevents betrayal. Like, people that want to betray you, that want to hurt you, no matter if you open up right away or if you take your time and are guarded and slowly open up, they're really sinister people are still going to bide their time and hurt you anyways. And so I really think that ultimately you can't let the way that people might hurt you or might not affect how your spirit is and your joy and your passion. And because then, like, fuck them. Then that's them getting to you and hurting your spirit, which is what makes you so special. Ultimately, again, my assumption is why Leah Ashe hurt Megan in this way is because Megan has that beautiful, uplifting spirit that we kind of saw in the videos, that she was willing to go out of her way to help her friend and had that joy and wanted to help people. That's something that you can't replicate in a person that, you know, wants to take something from you. Kind of like we were talking about earlier in this stream, that people will kind of see things they like about a person that they don't have, and then they just want to take from that person. But you can't replicate someone's spirit. You can't replicate their personality. And so if you don't have that within yourself, and so it seems like Leah will just, like, her solution to that was just trying to take Megan's husband, essentially. Like, that's kind of my interpretation. I don't know. And that's kind of a Leah problem. That's not a Megan problem. And Megan can keep going being her beautiful self, and no one can ever take that from her. No one can ever take that. yeah, I don't know if any of that made sense. I hope it did. That's sort of, I guess, sometimes how I think about relationships and their complications and presenting yourself to people. Again, with my social anxiety, I overthink a lot. I don't know if other people overthink social interactions to that level, but I do a lot. And yeah, I think ultimately just being honest and true, that's also like the best thing you can do with anyone, because even if that person isn't honest, they're not true, they're deceptive, you can walk away from that situation knowing that you were 100%. Even if she gets the man, if he cheated once, he will do it again. Yeah. I feel like Leah wasn't being her authentic self. She was putting on a persona that was not real. Probably. And also, like, not to focus on the women in the situation, but like also I kind of feel like the guy's situation was so simple. I mean, and it was so like obviously wrong, but also dumb. Like, I hate to say, like, it was just dumb. He wanted to have his cake and eat it too. And I feel like that's so obviously going to run its course. Like, not all, like, the grass is so clearly not greener on the other side. I'm wearing green. So it's, like, he left his child and his wife for her best friend. And you think that that person who knew all of this, who knew that you had a family and that family was her best friend, you think that's going to be a good partner for you? You think that's going to be a good long-term thing? Like, obviously not. Obviously, he's a dumbass. He's just a dumbass. He saw like something that was like seemed like it was glittering, but not all that glitters is gold. He's just stupid. And yeah, which like I hate. My toddler always says stupid's a bad word, so like I hate it. But yeah, I just think that it was obviously like his situation is just so simple on that side. You lose them how you get them. Not me replaying social interactions of the day in my head when I go to bed every night. Yeah, I've been there so many times. I swear, like, because I am medicated. Woo! But when I swear, before I got medicated, I would overthink the simplest of phrases, because if someone just like happened to pause in an interaction, I would be like, oh my gosh, did I say something wrong? Like, you know, when you just kind of in an interaction, someone just kind of pauses a little bit or is like thinking, I'm like, did I say something wrong? Did they not like what I said? And like, I start spiraling. And yeah, it was not healthy. MeganPlays seems genuinely kind enough to not let apathy consume her, but this is a really rough situation to be in. It takes a lot of apathy to betray someone as kind as Megan. Yeah. It's, again, instead of like focusing on yourself and bettering yourself, cheating is rarely a one-time occurrence for those who engage in it. Yeah, I do think I definitely want to study cheating, because weirdly, I feel like I get into weird echo chambers on TikTok. Sometimes, because I think sometimes I'm also nervous to go onto YouTube just because that's where my work is. And so I'll be like nervous to engage with everything on there. Because also, like, for example, say I'm doing a video on a topic, I don't always want to watch other content creators who have done videos on that topic because I get scared that it'll influence my content. So anyways, sometimes I'll see like TikTok as like my escape from my work. And then, but I also don't think that's healthy. And I've been more paranoid about getting into an echo chamber. One thing when I was doing the Ned Fulmer Try Guys video, I had like not research because I didn't add any of this in the video, but I was curious about what people had to say about cheating. They were like clipping Ned's podcast. And so I was kind of curious about like the online discourse. And something I saw that was really interesting was there was like a lot of people who had gone back and forth on basically the ethics of cheating. People were having like a debate on it. And I guess like I'm not an expert on cheating. My personal take is if you cheat, normally it's either like deep personal issues that you've had in your life that you haven't resolved. Obviously, like, I mean, again, it's probably very different for each person. Or for the most part, like my general take is you should have left that relationship a long, long time ago. For the most part, I think that's what happens is like the people that cheat should have left the relationship a long, long time ago. But also like there's been other statistics apparently. I forget. There's this one TikTok guy who talks about how predominantly with men, when their fathers cheat, they have a higher likelihood for them to end up cheating, which is interesting. I'm not sure if that's just because they witness that behavior from their fathers and it causes them to either normalize it, or if it's like a biological thing. I don't know. And obviously I'm not showing the reference here, so take that with a grain of salt. But it's very interesting. I think cheating is a very complicated behavior that people engage in. I mean, even I know that in Japan, cheating is very normalized. It's like a little bit more normal than it is in the US. But like, which is so hard for me to wrap my brain around. I mean, like I was saying, it's like, okay, if you want to swing or have an open relationship or do polyamory, it's like then you're having an open dialogue with your partner where you're communicating what you want and they're able to give their consent. Because I think that the most betraying aspect of cheating is that consent is being taken away. They're not able to voice their consent. And then also the dangers that come along with that, the potential STDs, the potential, involving someone and that other partner not knowing. And so then you're involving someone in your personal life that your partner's connected to. And so there's so many, that partner doesn't know that person. And so there's so much messiness that could happen there. Yeah, that's kind of my take on it. I think that consent is ultimately my biggest issue with it. I don't understand why people would cheat. It's like they want all the cake to eat and not realizing the permanent consequence later in life. Yeah, some folks are just not wired for monogamy, but they still try to engage with it because that's what's considered socially acceptable. Yeah, that's another aspect too that I think about a lot is essentially like people do relationships that are more socially advantageous, even if it's not the relationship that they're essentially wired for. Like I was talking about this with one of my friends who's bisexual, who ended up in a straight relationship, and kind of like essentially talking about the, in the gay community, there's kind of a stigma against bisexuals, and like, why is that? And essentially, again, I don't want to misspeak for them, but essentially their take is like a lot of bisexuals end up with straight partners, or like they end up in a straight relationship, or like a heterosexual relationship. Sorry if I'm misspeaking. They end up in a heterosexual relationship, and the reason for that maybe being because it's like socially safer for them. If they were to end up in like a woman-woman relationship or a male-male relationship as a bisexual, they end up kind of with more stigma or more social like judgment, and that can kind of be a lot harder for them. So sometimes they'll just subconsciously stray towards more heterosexual relationships as like their long-term partner or the people that they marry, and then that can be not like it can be hard for the gay community, because it's like, well, we don't want to be in a relationship with you and invest all this time if you eventually leave for a heterosexual relationship. And that's interesting just in terms of the fact that like I think a lot of people, same thing with people who are polyamorous, just that's their natural instinct. And they end up in monogamous relationships because they know that socially they'll receive less judgment. And I think that it's not even just like the judgment factor, but I mean, looking at the legislation that's being passed in the US, the amount of just the ways in which our social structure can actually greatly influence the sort of stigmas, the ways that people are given sort of the sort of systemic influence and the ways that that can kind of trickle down into just your everyday life. I think that that's like a huge factor in why people choose certain relationships. And I don't, and then it's like, okay, so in order for people to choose relationships they're more comfortable with, we should probably change the social structure itself. And that probably starts with obviously voting and the ways that we vote and put people into office who are more, who advocate for relationships, the LGBTQ plus community, the, even just polyamory, trans rights, all of these things, to where people who, are maybe more scared to take that leap are more comfortable with having those relationships in public. I don't know if I said all of that right. I hope I did. I hope my point comes across okay, because yeah, I think that that's kind of a problem with social stigma. Absolutely. My ex was poly when I met him because he realized after cheating on his first wife that he just needed to be honest about who he is, which is not monogamous. We need to encourage people to be honest about their needs so they don't waste our time for social approval. Yeah, that's definitely a huge aspect too, is like ultimately, I think that while I empathize with that fear of being afraid to be yourself, it also hurts so many people in the long run, because you're not being honest with yourself, and then ultimately you're hurting people in relationships. We need to in all my life, I've never met a bisexual person who ended or even went through a gay relationship ever, and that stigma has been so consistent to where queer people have floated the idea that bisexuality as a whole might be a fake thing and they might just be queer baiters. Yeah, that's an aspect where, and again, like I'm not a part, but that's what my bisexual friend was kind of saying, is like that it's kind of like a stigma that's really hard for them to get past. And it's like that kind of that stigma that they can't really kind of get past in the community. But yeah, I think that it's definitely, I don't want to misspeak, but I think that, they've been struggling with that. I hope I didn't, like misspeak on that, but I think that they, have been definitely like struggling with that, with like their own stigma, like when they first, came out, and then, basically dating as a whole, like people would kind of, basically like have that stigma. To your point, like I'm a bisexual woman. I've not dated women because I've literally been told by lesbians that they won't mess with me, so I picked the path of least resistance, which is men. I again, like, I don't want to misspeak on the topic, but I think that that's kind of the struggle that's been voiced to me, essentially. But like at the same time, I think it all comes down to personal like relationships and who you love and choose. But anyways, I'll definitely keep but yeah, so since the controversy came out, there's been no word from Zach or Leah. So basically Leah just completely has not spoken on the fact that she's cheated at all, or the fact that she got with Megan's former partner. She hasn't said anything about it. As a lesbian, we had a meeting. You okay? You didn't say anything that wasn't worded correctly or adequately. Okay, I was like so nervous because I don't, like, how would I say, I don't want to misspeak because I know it's kind of a sensitive topic, but it's something that I think is important to talk about, of just like the fact that in many relationships people are scared to take that leap into being themselves. It's such a scary thing. I think even and also I think like, oh, there's this one, sorry, I'm like totally about to go on a rant. There was this one, okay, have you guys ever heard of the book, oh, you're wording it very respectfully, thank you. Okay, so have you guys ever heard of the book Wedding People? It was like, I got into this phase where I would listen to, I'm getting so sweaty also because I have the heater on, but I got into this phase where I would listen to kind of like very easy to listen to romance books while I would like do laundry around the house, try and clean. I've gotten out of that phase and my house has gotten so much messier. So I definitely recommend listening to audiobooks while you're doing chores or listening to YouTube deep dives. but it was like a phase that I went through, and I listened to the audiobook Wedding People because it was constantly getting recommended on my Goodreads, and there was this one phrase that totally rocked my world, and or this one quote from Wedding People, and I'll probably misquote it, but there was a lesbian character in the book that was attending the wedding, and then there's like all these like women that are like, you know, straight cis women who are having these like dramatic moments that are just like, oh, like I've got to leave my partner, I've got to do this, and like basically like the lesbian character says at one moment, I went like, as a lesbian, I have spent so much time figuring out who I am, so that no one can ever tell me that I'm not who I am, because my sexuality is constantly being questioned by other people. So I've had to like really dive in and figure out my identity, who I am, to not ever let anyone question that. But you straight women have no idea who you are. You've never figured out who you are. And that, especially I think white women, I think that like really hit me hard, because I think so many white women predominantly spend so much of their lives catering who they are to who they think they need to be, whether that's through the beauty standard, whether that's through what they think men want of them, or because that's what's been programmed into them from an early age. Oh no, don't cancel me. But no, it's been like taught to them from a young age that that's what they need to do, is to constantly cater who they are to the needs of others, and they never actually reflect and spend time thinking about, who am I, what is my identity, and how do I stay so strong in that I don't let anyone ever fucking tell me who I am. And I think that like, and it also really made me reflect on the lesbian experience of, you probably have constantly people questioning your sexuality, who you are. I mean, obviously the LGBTQ plus experience as a whole, of people constantly questioning who you are, your identity, your sexuality, so much that you have to really dig deep and define that, just to not let anyone ever fucking tell you who you are. And that was so yeah, that was such a it was so funny because it was in this audiobook that was about, I mean, it was kind of about a silly premise. It wasn't that deep of a book, but I thought that quote was just pretty earth-shattering to me, in terms of identity, and also maybe like that's also an element of privilege, of just like I think privilege oftentimes people don't like, I think a reason why a lot of like people that are very privileged are like, oh, they deny the struggles that other people are saying they have. It's because they don't, like, privilege is never realizing that you have privilege, because you're not confronted with it on a daily basis. Your life is seamless. It seems so easygoing. So it never feels like that, like it's basically like living seamlessly. So you're never confronted with the privilege you have. But on the other side of that, the people who are being oppressed, they're being confronted with the fact that they don't have that privilege every single day. And that's why I think so many people that are in privileged positions genuinely are like, what? No, my life isn't privileged. It's because basically all it is they live a seamless life and they're never confronted with it. And so they just think it doesn't exist. Same thing with like a lot of women who grow up that are catering their identity to others, they're never confronted with the fact that they have no real identity. Their identity doesn't even exist. Besides maybe it's based off of their looks or whatever, or like what are they giving to others, until maybe they reach the Karen age and they realize that they don't have it anymore. And then that's when they kind of melt down and they become like the Karen that's like obsessed with basically using whatever privilege they have left under like food service workers. Anyways, I think there's so much to be said about women and sexuality as a whole. We're not allowed to be anything really. We're just expected to be sexless and only until men want us. Absolutely. Yeah. Sorry, I need some water in my mouth. Yeah, we're again, it's like identityless. We're not supposed to like be horny or like, have these specific desires. And I know you're speaking from personal perspective, but this is genuinely literally almost every single person who has ever went through a personal identity crisis at some point in their lives. Basically almost everyone. Real. Also just want to take a moment to say I don't even know your cat's name, but I love her as much as my own cats because I feel like I see her all the time on things. Yeah. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I've got 2 cats that are they're sisters, and one of them is kind of bigger than the other. Yeah, hi. One of them's kind of bigger than the other, but basically we're not sure if we need to put her on a diet yet, but she's just fine as she is right now. And you can only tell that, like, but when they were younger, you couldn't tell them apart, besides the fact that they have orange on the opposite side of their faces. But now one's like just a little bit bigger. Yeah, you can come up. But yeah. The only way for the most privileged people to realize what they have is to lose that privilege. Yeah, I definitely think so. Though sometimes that's a little bit scary. Like the ways in which the people that lose their privilege act when that happens is a little concerning. Just in the fact that like for example, when a middle-aged man has like a midlife crisis and he goes out and like recklessly buys a Ferrari and tries to date a 20-year-old, that's a little scary. You just got a little bit older and you feel like the world is falling apart. Not obviously all middle, but like the ones that do that, like that's really concerning. OMG, you have been blessed with 2 calicos. Yeah, definitely. They're very vocal too, but I don't think that's been picked up on camera yet. But anyways, so yeah, Leah never addresses anything that's ever happened. I feel like I'm getting on so many. The later it gets, the more tangents I go on. And same with Zach. He still has photos up of Megan. The audacity. Wah! Whoopsies. That was a big mic boop. So yeah, it's kind of like, what's going on there, bud? You didn't think to maybe delete this? You didn't think that was kind of a bad look? Oh, I can't see anymore unless I sign in. Sorry, I do not want to sign in to big yikes. Okay, this was so fun, but I can't really move my arms while you're doing that. Thank you. Okay, I'll do the butt pats. I was talking about how you were talking about this topic from a perspective of a white woman, and I was saying that this is not a primarily white person's situation. And okay, sorry, I totally didn't quite get that. Sorry about that. Okay, good to know. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, obviously I don't want to speak on anyone else's experience besides my own experience and just that perspective. Because yeah, I definitely think all like cultures and races, it's probably a little bit more nuanced than that, but it does make sense of like, I think also just finding your identity can be so complicated, especially like within the specific culture you exist in, and also even your family dynamics. I know like myself, like I have a lot of preconceived notions about my identity based on what was told to me growing up. And it's like really hard sometimes to separate from that. And even sometimes I realize I tried to separate from that too much to define myself outside of that, because I'm like, no, I'm not that way. Like I remember my parents used to always not like make fun of me. It might be like too harsh to say that, but they used to always kind of make fun of me for like I was so into Sailor Moon growing up. That was like my favorite show. I loved Sailor Moon and I wanted to look exactly like a Sailor Moon anime character. And so I would care a lot about my outfits and like the way that I put it together. And I would spend a lot of time putting together the outfits that I was wearing growing up and like as in my childhood. And my parents would kind of joke around and be like, oh, Madison cares so much about her outfits. Like, oh, like there's Madison. She's kind of a fashionista. She's kind of prissy like that. And it made me feel a little bit self-conscious. Like, oh, am I a little bit too much? Am I doing too much in that regard? And then I would kind of try to not focus on my style. And I think as I got older, I realized that's like, I like fashion and it's okay to care about your appearance and take time putting yourself together. Sorry, I'm like, and I don't think that is a negative thing, obviously. And so sometimes I think that's also hard to separate your own personal view of yourself, your own personal identity from what others are saying. So that's also an aspect, maybe. Of course, Leah and Zach refuse to address the situation because they know they were wrong for what they did to Megan and they still do not care. Yeah, exactly. White people talk about white people like they aren't white people. Oh, yeah. I mean, I think more so just like confronting the fact of it all, of like, this is what the reality is of the situation and like how everything is going. And it's and also like from my own perspective too, of like white people be like, but like me as well as a white person, how I've been in and yeah, I think like the dynamic of it, but I don't know. Because I think that like I am a white person who's I've seen like engaged in this and it's been unhealthy and toxic behavior, and I'd like to learn how to like not participate in that too. I don't know if that's like how, like if you're like referencing me in that, but like I think it's valid. I guess like how would like one talk about like the unhealthy nature of white people without like trying to be like, but I'm not like that, because like I do think it is like, yes, I'm like that as well, and like I'd like to learn how to like be better. I don't know, like you can't really be better, but like how to eliminate toxic behaviors essentially. Yeah. Yeah, Sailor Moon was amazing. That was my favorite show growing up. That first time made you feel self-conscious can be very powerful. Yeah, I think in a lot of ways it can definitely, but it is what it is. But yeah, I do the same thing as a white person. All the white people around me are nuts, and I low-key am too sometimes. Yeah, I think like, I don't know. I feel like I probably wasn't saying it the best, but like I think it's like more so like examining how like white people are being toxic and like what it is like how it like how it's being like the essentially like the toxic nature of white people. Like this is what's being toxic essentially. And then also, but like I think like going a step further is essentially like, okay, this is the toxicity, but also like how do we confront that is probably like the next level of dialogue. Like okay, so for example, like the I mean I've talked about a lot of it, but like the I think one of the things I was saying is like the refusal to confront your identity, all of that. It's like, okay, how do we confront that and sort of like examine that and like confront that within like our families, our systems, like basically if we see like, because I think kind of like the opposite maybe of like the not to like pick apart Cutie, I don't think she's like an bad person, I don't know, you know, but kind of the opposite of that dialogue. It's like, okay, as white people, how do we confront toxic family members? How do we confront like harmful behaviors in our circle? Like how do we actually like talk about that and have those dialogues when it's happening essentially? Like the problem is when your critiques don't match your actions. Yeah, exactly. Like how do we take it a step further and like actually like even in like our personal lives, like confront, because like what I think is crazy, especially I don't want to like, I feel like I don't want to get too much into this. It's probably not a, but like what I think is crazy is I think almost every white person has a family member that has really fucked up beliefs, like in their direct family member, like in their direct family line. How do we have discussions with those family members, like, and actually kind of confront them and be very like have a face on dialogue, be confronting with them and say like, this is what's happening. Like, I don't agree with it. Like, how do we kind of tackle that? Because I think that's where these sort of conversations need to go. I think that it's one thing to get on the internet and to be like, yeah, I disagree with this. Yeah, I think that this is wrong. It's another thing to kind of, when it is safe, because there are a lot of situations where it is not safe and you should always take safety first. But when it is safe, actually have the hard conversations. I think that that's kind of the importance. But yeah, so yes, but some white people can be, the problem is when your critiques don't match your actions. Yes, but some white people can be very detached from the white people stigmas that they stop seeing or allocating the role of being a white person from themselves. And that's very fascinating to see. Yeah, totally. Yeah, where it's like, white people, not me though. I'm so different. It's like pick me whiteness, essentially. Yeah, that's also like, again, like owning your role. Like, or not your role. Yeah, but yeah, like owning your role to be like, okay, I recognize this is happening. And then how can I like recognize that and then take on the role of like tackling that within my community? Because I might not like my community. I might think that a lot of fucked up shit is going on. How do I tackle that? How do I actually like go into that community and have the hard conversations? Because right now, like there's a lot of toxic shit going on. But yeah, there has to be self-awareness present. Okay, yeah. My personal philosophy is that as long as you're trying to put more good into the world, the better, regardless of race or identity. Also, if we're talking about Colleen, this is a very good segue. That's so perfect because I was about to do a segue. Here, let me finish reading the comments. Or two though, because I really like this conversation. I was really scared to get into it, to be honest, because I've been clipped a lot, but I feel like it's really positive. So for sure, it's important to recognize your own identity and privilege and do better than earlier generations and not repeat cycles of discrimination or poor culture. Yeah, I think that, and that's like essentially the aspect, I think. Because my mom is, she has a master's degree in gerontology. And so oftentimes there's like different things where I would like for Thanksgiving, for example, I would go into a nursing home and essentially we would do like Thanksgiving there. And that was very, like, she would often bring up like the intergenerational aspect. And I think that is really interesting, just in the aspect of like, how do I, as a white person who is like Gen Z, but like on the cusp in between Gen Z and millennial, essentially speak with the older white people within my like my circle, my family, my community, to have these hard conversations. I think like especially with my social anxiety and everything, that can be a really challenging aspect, but it's something that, again, is my duty to have. A lot of times, like, again, there's this sort of like ageism, sort of demeaning aspect, but if we're not doing that, we're not changing anything. We're not like tackling these sort of like discriminatory beliefs. We're not tackling. And also, I think that so many people are going to different news sources, different social media, different algorithms. But I think the easiest way to change someone's mind is someone they know personally, having a hard conversation with them, having a personal, like personable, hard conversation with them. So I think that's and someone that they like have humanized and like, you know personally, but like having the hard conversation with them. That isn't saying like being down with them if they're racist, abusive, fucked up people. I think that those people you have to like literally like, no, you like you have to like shut out, because essentially like there's no getting through to them. But I think that like, especially like when it's like about like politics and it's about like voting power and these things where like literally we need votes, like we need votes more than ever. It's about having those. But yeah, when it comes to like outright bigotry, like that is the one thing that, at least personally, I found that I can't tolerate, just because I emotionally shut down. Like I will literally just like freeze and I can't, and then it genuinely feels like I'm co-signing their behavior if I have a conversation with them about it. Because it feels like I'm, that's how I feel. But, just because there's been, this might be a little too much of a hot topic, but I think in general, most millennial white women is completely detected from actually being white and the rules and responsibilities that come with that. And when confronted with it, they retaliate, but they lash out and double down on the detachment and how they're not wrong and that people are being weird, which leads to a cutie Cinderella situation. Yeah. That's actually a really good point. I think that I'm trying to like reflect on like how to essentially combat that, because it's like, I think again, it comes with this sort of, and I'm trying not to be harsh, like too harsh, because again, I don't want to also do that in turn and be like, I'm perfect, because I'm not. That's the whole point, is like being open and vulnerable and being like, I'm coming from a situation that I think, and this is like also something that I'm still in the education process on, so I don't want to like misspeak, but I feel like my like theory is that like, again, I really don't want to like misspeak on this, but like my theory is that like whiteness is like essentially like an extremely toxic thing where you are disconnected, completely pulled away from individual cultures. Like, for example, I'm like a huge part of like my background is Polish. My family like came from Poland. I know nothing about like Polish culture, Polish background. Like I know nothing about that. I was not raised by that at all. So like I don't know anything. So essentially like that's like, I think that caused like, that essentially causes like this toxic, like a lot of toxicity. I don't like, again, like there's and then on top of that, this like rugged individualism, this idea of like competition. There's also other things too with like passive aggression, like embedded within like whiteness. There's all of these other things that I think are so toxic. And then like people do like the bare minimum amount of work and they think like, I'm fully disengaged from that. I'm fully detached. I'm not like that. And it's like, no, if you've grown up with all of that, it's embedded in who you are. And like every little response, you're naturally going to go to that. It's a constant process. It's a constant process to like rework all of that and like unlearn all of that. And so you, like it's always going to be a process. And I think like the problem is literally that having that sort of audacity or like pride to be like, I'm the perfect white person and I'm going to like, and so like, I'm going to, I don't know. It's like, no one's like, again, we like, there's a lot of toxicity that like is embedded in all of this that has to be unlearned, and you have to humble yourself and all of that. That's at least like my take on it. And so then like, to kind of and I also think, again, it's like being okay to take on that role, but also like having those lines. Again, like I personally am just so not comfortable with like having, again, this is just because of my experience, where there's been a few experiences where I've talked to a white person who has been incredibly racist, and I genuinely have just like frozen up, and I'm like, what the fuck? And I can't engage with that. Like I cannot engage with that. Like I can't have someone like that in my life. But if someone is like voting in a way that I disagree with, having a hard conversation with them and being like, okay, like I'll take on the role of a white person that like is able to go into that space and have a hard conversation. Like I understand that aspect, and like basically being like, this is my role. I understand that. That's kind of my like take on it. Yeah, I don't know. Again, it's kind of like a sketchy, it's like a thing where, again, like I can understand a lot of different takes, but like, yeah, that's kind of my take, I guess. I hope I made sense. So yeah, so sorry, let me read comments. I'm not opposed to what you're saying, I should say, but was wondering what you had in mind by saying detach from being white, as it might not mean what I think you're trying to say. Sorry, are you referencing me? I don't know if I'm like, sorry, I'm forgetting what I said by that, but like, yeah, I hope my point like came across. If that, okay, might have been responding to someone else, because yeah, I don't think I think that everyone should be like very honest with like their identity and like who they are. But yeah, I think I understood that as they were detached from their race, in a sense that they saw themselves as part of a POC group, not they detach themselves from a racial behavior and are an exception to the rule. Did you guys sidetrack the F out of medicine? Maybe a little bit, but I hope it was an important conversation, just in terms of like I get what everyone, okay, that was an in-chat combo. Sorry, yeah, I was not sure. Yeah, YouTube needs chat reply function. Yeah, because I was like, did I say that? I'm like, I hope I didn't. That's not what I would ever mean. So yeah, but I also understand the importance of that convo, where it's like, basically when it comes to whiteness, like how do people navigate the political discourse or just like societal discourse in terms of not here. I feel like I should do this so it's not like Leah's TikTok in the background, but like to where it's not like essentially a white person that's like basically putting themselves up on a pedestal because they're like, well, I'm not like this other white person, I'm way better. They're like a kind of pick me person that's like, well, I'm better, I'm the best. Instead, it's someone that's like humbling themselves, always trying to learn, and being okay with being wrong, being okay with essentially constantly having to learn and do the work and unwork really toxic ideologies that have been kind of a part of their upbringing. I think that that's a really important aspect. And also like not essentially like again, this like pick me sort of whiteness where it's like, I'm not like them, like I'm not like this, that. So like I don't have to ever acknowledge my whiteness. I don't have to ever acknowledge that aspect. It's like, no, it's an important, my eyes are so red because I've been staring at screens all day, but like, no, it's an important thing to acknowledge. It's an important part of who you are, your history, the things that you, your family and legacy have taken a part of, and you can never detach from that. You have to acknowledge it, and then constantly be listening and learning. And especially if someone is telling you that you did something wrong, you have to listen. And yeah, obviously this gets a little bit into the QT Cinderella discourse. Again, like I guess I definitely would love to know. This is a really important and good conversation. Thank you for enabling this conversation and having a really adequate and cohesive communication of it. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, like as far as the Cutie Cinderella situation goes, I think it's nice to be able to have a relaxed discussion about issues like this. Thank you. Yeah, I get nervous. Like, again, with my social anxiety, I'm like, oh, I really hope that like my point came across well. I think that like, as far as the Cutie Cinderella situation goes, like, I think that you guys actually summarized it so well in terms of the issue is putting yourself up on a pedestal and being like, I am the one to like, I am the one and I'm not like other white people. I think that white people do, and also thank you, Michael. But I think that like white people do have an issue, or I mean, sorry, they do have a duty to educate people, because in spaces that like people of color cannot enter for their own safety, like for their own safety, for their own peace of mind, for all of those reasons. But sorry, like my voice is getting kind of scratchy, but at the same time, if someone is like, I also just genuinely believe if someone is so racist and so bigoted and has such like horrible viewpoints, I also just don't think that there's any, personally speaking, I don't think there's any purpose in engaging with that. Or if you have like a friend or family member who is kind of saying like, this person is like I can't engage with this person, I don't like their viewpoints, I personally speaking, I wouldn't probably engage with them out of respect for my friend or family member. If that family member is like, again, part of the LGBTQ plus community or a person of color and feels like they are essentially like being targeted for hate and harassment, or like that person, that family member is bigoted, they're, you know, racist, they just have hateful beliefs. If that you know, friend or family member is telling you that they cannot engage with that person because their beliefs are so bad, I think that like that's probably a sign that like they're not going to like that you cannot engage with them either, like that their beliefs are that bad, and also like that you should stand in support of your friend and family member, and you know, stand by their side, like, because where you stand, I do think that shows your beliefs. And also just because we kind of got into like the Cutie Cinderella situation, like that's also just kind of my take on it. No, like, not to say like try hot tea with sweetened honey. Thank you. Yeah, I'm like I'm like scared that I'm getting a cold, because I feel like whenever like the weather changes, I always get a cold. So I'm like, oh no. But yeah, not to, again, like, not to shade Cutie Cinderella, like I feel like that was kind of like harsh. Because I don't know her personal situation, and I don't know like if like what her family, like anything about that situation. And I'm sure like she's been an advocate for many things. Again, I'm like backtrack, but you know what I mean. Like I don't I don't want to say that like I don't want to like speak for her or anything like that. I'm just saying like off of my own beliefs and everything, that's kind of where I stand. Yeah. So yeah, you know, I don't know. That's it's like a complicated situation, I guess. But that's like my personal stance, I suppose, on it. I also think that like with in regards to like Cutie Cinderella, like I think that she's overall a good person, and she has like a right to engage it like how she wants. I think like when I look back on my like H3 video in terms of like how I spoke on like Cutie and everything, like I also like I don't want to go too hard into people too. Like I don't know. I struggle with that. Yeah, you can tell I used to work with a bunch of grandmas. Like if someone's intentions are good and they misspoke, sometimes I struggle with that also, because I'm like, I feel like after my recent experience as well, if someone's intentions are good and they might have just misspoke, like that's also a struggle that I have of like finding that discernment essentially. Unrelated, but did you knit that hat? I dig it. No, I actually got it from what's it called? Not Hot Topic, but like the Halloween store. We were like looking around for a costume for my child, and this was there, and I was kind of like, I really want it, so I got it at a Halloween costume store. But anyways, I feel like I've been ranting too long about this, and I hope it's not something where like I misspoke about anything, because yeah, it's a complicated situation. See, I would understand it being a family thing and it just being stuck with that's life, but to platform that and advocate for it and try and normalize it is weird. Yeah, that's the other thing too. That is another thing too. And I guess that's also something that I was reflecting on after making that video is like, I feel like sometimes before I like do a take, I should probably like think about it for a like long time, because I also think like every situation is so different. Like every family situation is so different. And like none of us know what like someone's personal family situation really is. Like genuinely, like none of us know like what someone's personal family life is like, and what anyone's like personal situation is like. And also like sometimes people have to associate with someone, like they just have to. Like I'm sure there's a lot of people who have to associate with family members that are very bigoted, that have certain beliefs, and like they don't have a choice. They don't have any other choice. They have to do that. Like I'm sure there's teenagers right now that have different beliefs from their parents and they have to associate with them. And that's another aspect that like I didn't bring into this conversation that I'm regretting right now, that I want to bring up, is like, how do we also bring that up into conversation of like, how do teenagers like exist in a situation like that? Like it's not the situation isn't like that, you know, clear. It's like there are also those situations of like, okay, how does someone who needs to exist in a situation where they have different beliefs and they might be in a dangerous situation, or they might be in a situation where they have to coexist somehow, like they can't always be fully vocal. They can't always like be fully like strong-willed or like speak their minds. And so how does that, like, it might be safer for them to have a Twitter account where they voice what they think and figure out their political alignings or their moral stance or their sexuality, but they can't be that way in public yet because it's just not safe for them. And so that is also an aspect, I think. Yeah, I can't stay, but I wanted to say I loved your content for years. Thank you. I appreciate it. Love that you're willing to risk misspeaking to make sure that the conversation is had, even if it costs you. That's meaningful. Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying. I hope that it's done okay. I had to step away for a minute, but you articulated your perspective very well. Okay, thank you. Anyway, so let's move on to our last double, triple, 10 toes down to let's move on to our last topic for tonight, and then I'll close the stream. Also, though, like, I really appreciate everyone's perspectives too, because I feel like I really enjoyed having the chat and just hearing everyone's thoughts, just because I feel like that's helped keep the conversation balanced and also add really new, engaging and thought-provoking topics. Just because I feel like if it was just me like rambling right now, who knows like where this conversation would have gone. But I also love hearing from everyone and knowing like everyone's thoughts. It's really helped I think add new perspectives, and it's been really thought-provoking for me in ways that normally when I make content, it is just me speaking into the void. So I've really enjoyed that. Okay, so let me close out of all of these tabs regarding Megan Plays, and let's talk about Colleen Ballinger and her return. So as most of us probably know, Colleen Ballinger came back to talk about her cancellation online through the podcast on Raven Simone's podcast, which is called Tea Time. And so again, I'm just kind of yapping right now. I haven't extensively looked into it like I normally would do for a deep dive. So this is kind of new territory for me. But from what I'm aware, Raven Simone has had a controversial history as well. Which also, sorry, I don't want to assume Raven's gender right now because I'm just realizing I want to double check that just to be sure. But yeah, from what I'm aware, Raven has had a controversial history, and so yeah, I don't want you to think that I'm endorsing Raven on this podcast either. I'm just kind of glossing over her past controversy, not mentioning it just for time's sake. But she's also, I'm saying she because I'm here. Let me double check just to be sure, because for some reason I'm like doubting it myself right now. Okay, yes. So Raven Raven Simone is non-binary and uses she/her pronouns, is what this says, though it's Google AI, so I'm not sure the accuracy. I'm wondering if I can... Sorry, but let me just make sure I'm getting... No pronouns, so... I'm not sure if anyone knows this. That's kind of, I'm again talk about like social anxiety. It's like sending me into a spiral, but I'm going to, I don't want to, again, like it's just Google AI, but I'm going to assume off of the Google AI that Raven uses she/her pronouns. Because I can't. Okay, yeah, I do think it's she/her, but I'm not 100% sure. Okay. Because, yeah, Raven also has one that says, my pronouns are... Okay, this is not even... Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that man was so pretty.
Now, see, let's talk about that.
He was so pretty.
You know, let's talk about gender non-conforming, gender queer, gender this, gender that. Your pronouns.
My pronouns are Raven. and Raven and that bitch. No, I'm just playing. No, I don't really like it. I don't really like the pronoun thing. I think it's weird for me. And since I choose Raven as my pronouns, I am nodding my head to those who need that information and that validation as of right now in the community that we live in, because it's so new and I understand it. So instead of saying all the things that we talk about at home, I'm just going to say I like Raven. I do feel very much in the center of the spectrum when it comes to presenting out in the world and thought processes, but I try not to dive too much into it because it can be a little polarizing at times. And I know that there are a lot of generations that are still catching up to this new generation and what they need for validation. So I like to straddle the fence a little bit. Okay. I'm not trying to get in trouble.
Girl, yes, man. Shit. Because listen, but here we can get in trouble because we outlaws.
Yeah. Do you think?
So whatever you free, listen, I saw you on Jason Lee just recently. Shut up.
He's dangerous.
But I'm not.
No, you're great.
Okay. So saying they is always the safest option when not knowing. Life hack. Totally agree. Not you finding the statement Raven. Okay. So I think I'm just gonna say Raven as much as possible. Then throughout this, just to again be respectful. What? Okay. Now the document stopped popping up. I'm looking behind me because I'm having technical issues. Okay. Help. Can you help me with the Google Doc? Sorry, the Google Doc like stopped. It doesn't want to like click. But of course, whenever I ask Riley to come help me, it like immediately will open. So let's see. It's just doing this where like it's open in a tab and then it like won't. Technical difficulties.
Yeah.
Nope. It's okay. I think I got an idea. Yeah. Okay, I got it. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. Let's see how fast I can reopen this. Okay, I got it. Okay, I got it. Sorry about that. I guess it's getting to that time in the night where I totally break down in my technical abilities. Okay, so Raven, I know she's had some controversy in some of her statements. So we just, for time purposes, we'll just not fully go into that. But lately, the biggest controversy for both Raven and Colleen has been Colleen going on Raven's podcast, Tea Time, to talk about her controversy of grooming children and essentially trying to say that she didn't groom children, or essentially like trying to, that's kind of seems like what she said. Sorry, let me pull up chat. It kind of seems like she had tried to justify her past controversy, skirt around it, and go about saying that she had not done the extent of like what people had claimed she had done. She had tried to kind of rewrite history from her perspective. And the controversy with, or the problem with Raven platforming Colleen in this way is there wasn't a lot of pushback on Raven's side. Yeah, and someone says, and how it affected her. Exactly. It's like kind of talking about how all of this affected her, how hard it was for her to experience this. And from me, like right off the bat, what I'll say is you had years to reflect on this. I mean, when did this happen? I'm forgetting, like time flies by so fast, but you had a long time to reflect on this. You had a long time to think about so many different dynamics at play. Colleen herself has tried to say that she didn't, I keep booping the mic, but has tried to say that she didn't groom children. You could have extensively studied grooming and what takes place in grooming. And I mean, obviously, to me, I highly feel differently. I think that a lot of grooming tactics were at play. But like, you could have come out and been like, this is what grooming is. I've studied, I've educated. And like, here's how, as public figures where you have all of this power and influence and you have so many children looking up to you, how you can avoid entering into extremely inappropriate relationships. And I like with children and like those dynamics. And I've studied this and like, I understand all of these things I did wrong, and like really taking on that responsibility and studying it. I feel like why a lot of people don't do that, because like same thing with Ned Fulmer going on this podcast with Ariel and talking about his cheating. He didn't say like, I've studied cheating extensively and I've like educated myself and I know why I did what I did. And here, let me get back in frame. But I know why I did what I did, and this is like what I've educated on, like why I did everything wrong, and like really breaking it down. And also as a way to like help other people, like really advocate, like here's why I did what I did that was so wrong. Not, first off though, not even that Colleen Ballinger should. I don't think that she should educate other people, but I do think that a dialogue should be had of like influencers who gather a largely child audience of like a ton of children watching them, and how that can turn extremely toxic and inappropriate, not even through these big influencers directly like communicating with children, which obviously is a big fucking no, but even just children having parasocial relationships with these influencers, following them so extensively and deeply, where they're buying whatever these influencers are selling, and they're watching them so deeply and getting so involved in their lives. I think a lot of that is also just deeply unhealthy, and there needs to be someone that advocates for that. But obviously, Colleen Ballinger just wants a fucking platform. She doesn't want to do that. That's my take on it. I think Raven's wife, Miranda, needs more eyes on her. She did a lot in that interview to answer questions for Colleen in her favor. It's weird. Yeah, we'll get into it and we'll watch the interview. It's an apology tour, but still without real apologies to her victims. It's definitely downplayed the severity of grooming and everything she did. She still doesn't think she did anything wrong. She's just trying to say all the things she thinks will be what people want to hear. Yeah, it's like a PR tour also. Because I know in the podcast, Colleen mentioned that her PR, not agency or agents, I forget. We'll watch it and kind of go over it, but had mentioned that they didn't agree with her ukulele video. Big shocker to us that the PR people did not think that she should have done that. And so this feels like this is the PR move now. This is the PR move to get back in the good graces with the people. But the other thing that I kind of mentioned earlier in this stream is that the kind of scary part about this is like the Ned Fulmer podcast with Ariel got millions or got a million views, but it also went super viral and a ton of people were talking about it. This podcast also went super viral and a ton of people are talking about it. Does that just validate the concept of platforming super controversial people for views on your podcast? And that's kind of really scary, because we shouldn't be doing that. We shouldn't be doing that. Yeah, we should not be doing that, especially if you're not actually willing to have the really hard conversations and ask them the challenging things. Instead, it seems like a lot of these controversial people just think they're going to have their career rejuvenation tour getting started. And in turn, it's now starting to benefit the podcasters to be doing this. She's saying Adam just really wanted the lingerie and she didn't think anything about it, but now she realizes she shouldn't have. Still placing majority blame on a minor, which is wild to me. That's wild. First off, like, I mean, obviously victim blaming to the max, where it's like you didn't do any self-reflection. You did not do any self-reflection in the amount of time that you could have to realize the fact that you are blaming someone, a victim. And also I think that victim blaming is so, like, it's so under talked about, the extent of victim blaming that happens, because people have like different trauma responses in the ways in which they go about stuff. Or also, again, the power dynamics of someone being a fan and just having wanted to interact with a fan, or not knowing something's wrong, and you being an adult and being in the position where you should know fucking better. And so it's just wild to me, continually putting the onus on a child. Insane. It's just a self-absorbed, detached, and deranged predator trying to cope with being confronted with their reality. Yeah, it definitely seems that way. But also being validated, getting views for doing so. And like, as much as there's a lot of people pushing back, if Colleen continues to get views off of doing this, continues to have different podcasts that welcome her, continues to, then it's like, she will get validated continually, and she'll see that, and she won't continue to see anything wrong with it. But I just genuinely think that, I don't know, it's like, because I mean, obviously there's a spectrum of like people that have done something so wrong. I mean, there was even like, which is really messed up, but there was that meme that went around where it was like people have a certain amount of followers and then they are talking to children, and then it comes out that they're talking to children. It's like, that to me is like a horrific offense that you should leave the internet. You should never come back. And there's no justifying that behavior. There's no getting on a podcast and saying like, well, Adam asked for it. No, fuck you. Like, that's not okay. But sorry if I'm getting like too vocal about it. On that, there's also other people who have like done things that are like, I don't like, you know, again, a spectrum. Like, what is the spectrum on that? And if people have done something less, how do they come back online? And what's the proper way to do it? I don't think it's in a podcast where you justify your behavior over and over again, or never own up to it, or never do any, like, really showcase that you never do any sort of self-reflection and learning. And all you have really ever done is just try and justify your behavior for the years and years that you were offline. Yeah, I hope that made sense. But anyways, so let's get into the podcast. So right off the bat, I just took, we just have basic notes here. So it seems like about 5 minutes in, Colleen talks about feeling like she's 20 years old when she's 38, which already is kind of a red flag.
Today, we're sitting down with Colleen Ballinger, actress, comedian, and YouTuber, best known for her character Miranda Sings.
If you were anywhere online in 2023, you probably saw Colleen's name trending. It's because she was accused of crossing personal boundaries with fans, some of whom were minors, and the response was intense.
She posted a response video that made the whole
some of whom were minors. The end. So that's why she's not going to be on the podcast, because she spoke with minors. So she's done. It's done. Case closed. The end. But anyways, so
whole situation blow up even more. And what followed was one of the biggest public cancellations we've seen in a while.
This is actually the first time that we're meeting Colleen, and we've decided to do it now because we feel like enough time has passed for reflection and learning and for a real conversation behind the headlines.
It's easy to form opinions based on what we see online, but harder to sit down face to face and ask questions about what's really happened, what someone's taken from it, and how they're moving forward.
Okay, but did they actually ask the hard questions? Did they actually like sit down and have a hard conversation? Let's find out.
I love Flynn, Maisie, and Wesley. Like, I'm like, I don't have 3 kids.
How old do you feel in your body or in your brain? Like, how old do you feel? Because I feel like 20 sometimes.
20s, yeah. I'd say like mid to late 20s. I feel like I'm stuck there, like in my mind of like, that's, yeah, maybe even younger. I don't know, but I definitely don't feel like I'm in my 30s. And when people say my age, I'm like, oh.
Ooh, no! You were accused of talking to children, and you feel like you're not in your. You feel like in your body you're younger than you really are. No, that's kind of. Is that a self-report? I don't know. I acknowledge that I'm emotionally immature, so rather than working on it, I instead engage with it in harmful ways. And also, yeah, please, she's still vlogging and making money. How was she canceled when she never actually went away? Yeah. Now, she never, that's a huge factor in all of this. She never went away. She'd been making vlogs the entire time. And then she came back here because probably she was just upset with the narrative that was going around and wanted to like further use her power and influence to try and rewrite history instead of actually reflecting on all the ways she fucked up, which again, in my opinion, probably just shouldn't be online. But also the very least you could do, is reflect on all the ways you fucked up and like talk about it, educate yourself, like face the facts, and like actually have those conversations about what is grooming. Speak with an expert on it, like speak on, but I feel like that just fully confronts all the things she did wrong. It like actually showcases it and highlights it, and she doesn't want to do that. Sorry, I'm trying to read the comments. I'm fuming. Like, literally, how's this person not serving time for any of this? It baffles me, let alone to be able to be platformed like this. In this economy, get out of here. Raven comparing to this when Colleen didn't have her childhood stolen by Disney. Definitely a self-report. Not that I'm letting Raven off the hook. Self-report indeed. A creator as big as her will never fully lose their platform. Won't be as big as they were, but can still float by. Shane Dawson still retained an audience after his controversy for similar behavior. Yeah, exactly. I guess like that's what I'm trying to say when I'm like talking about coming back and like the right way to do it after a big cancellation is a lot of these creators, just realistically speaking, will never fully be canceled. And they're still getting platformed by very prominent and powerful other people who have other platforms. So knowing that that's happening, how do we actually have a discourse of what is the right way to talk about your cancellation that didn't actually fucking happen? Maybe it's actually to talk about the like real tangible ways that you messed up, to educate yourself, to actually have that conversation. But they're not doing that because it actually just shines a light on all of the different ways that they messed up. So they don't want to do that. Instead, they want to just try and avoid that conversation and shift blame instead. I hope that makes sense in that way. So Colleen talks about lines being blurred between YouTube and personal life. Let's go to that clip because again, lines being blurred between YouTube and personal life. You think that would have to do with maybe you capitalizing off of parasocial relationships and having inappropriate relationships with your child audience.
I'm talking to you from my living room, from my kitchen, you know, talking about my day. So yeah, definitely it's really hard to separate the two between like what's private home life and then what's part of the public persona. To me, it was always one and the same. So, and that was, you know, that was a hard thing for me to figure out the lines and boundaries of that, because I thought that was the whole appeal of like back then, you know, when I started doing YouTube, it's that I wasn't a celebrity. The people who rose to fame in the beginning, they're just like us. They're, you know, that's
Is that what made you want to start YouTube?
No.
What made you want to start?
My problem with this, like in general, which also I love the comment guys, today's guest is Jeffrey Epstein and he's being canceled online. Yeah, exactly. Like there's some people that like you should not platform at all. Yeah. But she still hasn't personally apologized to any of her victims. Yeah, you think that'd be like the bare fucking minimum. Oh shoot, now I completely forgot what I was gonna say. What was I gonna say? I have a hair stuck there. Oh yeah, my personal gripe with YouTube, like not YouTube, like my personal gripe with influencers is I feel like this sort of influencer literally knows that, like, she just kind of self-admitted that she thought that the sort of appeal of her style of content creation was that there was a blurred line between personal life and content creation, that people were getting to know her personal self, her personality, her personal life. And the thing is, like, they're feeding into parasocial relationships because they're capitalizing off of that. They're capitalizing off of this idea that people are getting to know the real them. But it is a persona ultimately. Like, it is just this idealized image that they're putting online. And simultaneously, they're capitalizing off of that. And they also, like, you know, your audience statistics, you know who you're feeding that to and who's buying into that, and you're doing it because you're profiting off of it and you're getting people very invested into your personal life. Again, like I just covered the Try Guys who and just filmed it for a video that I'm posting soon, and a lot of the Try Guys appeal was kind of similar, where not as sinister, obviously, but like they had this personal appeal where people felt like they knew their personalities, and they also knew like their family life, their wives that were often on their platforms, and got invested in them. And so like they became deeply invested in like when they would do a home tour. Like most of the time, let's be real, you see a random person and unless their house is super, super cool, you don't really care about a home tour. But if it's like your favorite influencer who you care about so much because like you know them, you know their life, you're invested in their life, you want the best for them, then they do a home tour. You want to see that home tour. And think of how much further that can go into like every little detail. They do a tour where they're like paying for tickets. You're going to pay for those tickets because you want to see them on tour. They're doing all these different shows. And that's how someone like Colleen Ballinger capitalized on parasocialness to the extent that she did, because she got people invested in her in a very, very deep way. Every single thing about her. And this is that concept of like the cult of personality. People are becoming so invested in these people and they're sharing all of these little details about their life, every single little detail, everything from like their family, from their children, from their home, all of this to get you so invested so that when they sell things, you want to buy what they're selling because you feel like, I know this person, I want to support them to this level. That's also like what makes me uncomfortable sometimes as a content creator, is like, I want there to be a certain level of boundaries because it's healthy for everyone involved. Like this level is not good and they're doing it in a sinister way that's really, really inappropriate. It's inappropriate and they know exactly what they're doing. Also though, like most of my audience, like we're all older, like we're all the same age pretty much. And like they're like, she's doing this particularly to a younger audience who doesn't know any better. She's doing that on purpose. They often target younger people on purpose for that reason. But yeah, she tries to deny that. She tries to say that she created the Miranda character for an adult audience, which I think is around this timestamp. Let's see.
I think it was good for people to see and hear someone who wasn't traditionally pretty or talented. You know, it was like this weird looking, untalented girl, like, be like, I don't care what you say, I'm so confident. Like, she didn't, you know, Miranda didn't care what anyone said.
When Miranda came to be, it really wasn't, like, that was for an adult audience.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I certainly.
Which, it seems like Colleen didn't even say that. Raven's wife said that for her on her behalf, on Colleen's behalf. I guess let's see how this goes.
I never thought I'm making a kid show or a kid character or something to entertain children. Like, that was never the goal ever, actually, in my career. And even when I did my Netflix show, that was a discussion that we had constantly, because they were like, you know, they were noticing, because they came to a couple of my live shows, the people involved, and they're like, oh, there's a lot of teens here. So let's put this on the kids app. And I was like, whoa, this is not a kids show. Like, I do not want this on the kids app. That would be inappropriate. Like, this is 100% not for children. And it was like but they really wanted it there because they saw.
So, like, right out the gate, you're saying that you noticed on your live show that there was a bunch of teens there. So you're immediately noticing your target audience, or like not your target audience, but like the main people who are fans of Miranda Sings are teens immediately. So if you created a character for an adult audience and that happens, one or two things should change. Either A, oh, this character, I thought it was for adults, so I was making kind of adult content, but a lot of teens are showing up. So I should probably change my content to be more appropriate for teens, not just keep doing what I was doing. Or I should change and do something entirely different that adults are going to like, because this clearly isn't working if I'm wanting an adult audience. Like, what do you... Anyways.
A younger audience. And they were like, we want the younger audience to be able to see this. And I was like, that's fine, but like, they need their parents' approval because this is not a kid show and this isn't a kid character. So I never set out for it to be for kids, or, you know, it was, like I said in the beginning, my comedy was pretty crass. And you can go back.
You're saying you never set out for it, but you're also saying that you quickly noticed it, so you could have adjusted.
I can look at like my old original content, my first videos I ever uploaded. Like, my humor was that of like a, you know, mid-20s girl who was in theater and, you know, with all my gay friends just we were being like silly and ridiculous and crude. But the people who watched me, they liked that style of comedy and that style of humor.
You said that Miranda.
I like this comment. Social media really fostered the worst aspects of celebrity culture and allowing bad actors to have access and prey upon their most vulnerable fans. Yeah. She'd meet them at meet and greets. Exactly. Like, she knew exactly who her audience was. So that it's this weird thing where she's like trying to be like, it was for an adult. Miranda Sings was for an adult audience. Like, but you can't dance around the fact that you saw who your audience ended up being. Yeah, Miranda Sings' whole shtick is being PG and SFW and pure and holy. Yeah. Okay, so Colleen says that she didn't adjust her fan interactions when it went from an older to a younger audience, though, which I think is kind of damning, because again, you saw that you were having a younger audience and you didn't make any adjustments. Again, if you made your whole shtick off of the just your likes as a 20-year-old and you thought you were going to go to a adult audience was going to follow you, and then you started to notice a younger audience was following you and you make no changes, to your routine, what are you doing? You're going to be inappropriate just naturally from that process. Like, okay, it wasn't your intention, but you saw the result and didn't adapt. Exactly. Like, and then there's consequences to that. Okay, I think it starts around here.
Watchers and viewers feel. But I first want to ask you, when you first got that ting about, oh no, something is going astray, what happened personally, internally to you?
You know, it was kind of a slow build. And I feel like I felt it brewing for a little bit first, you know. It was a very jarring experience. And first, I think I should say, you know, when my audience kind of grew and it went from this older audience to, you know, it spread and there was now a lot more teens watching me. I didn't adjust my comedy very much because I was like, well, they found me doing this, so this is what they like and this is what I like, so I'm going to keep doing.
There you go. Like that, there you go. That is not good. That's not good. You were making content that you said was catered towards adults, and then you found that teens were following you and going to your shows, and you're like, well, I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing because they obviously like it. And you are not reflecting on the fact that that's inappropriate, that would be wrong?
The comedy they like. And I did adjust it a little bit over time. But one thing that I didn't do, and I should have been much more careful about, is I didn't adjust my interactions with my fans. And that's something I regret a lot because, like I said earlier, the difference between me and a mainstream celebrity, at least in the beginning, was that I was attainable and look, she'll talk to us, she'll interact with us, and she's talking to us from her living room, she'll talk about anything. And she's so open and she'll talk one-on-one with us. She meets us in person at her shows and whatnot, and we know her, you know, and I didn't think about that when I was interacting with my fans, I didn't think about a power dynamic that could have been there. I didn't think about a parasocial relationship, and I should have. I should have been more responsible in thinking about that, but I didn't even think of myself that way. I was like, yeah, we are friends. Like, I think I felt the same way. And so
I mean, okay, I'll be fair of at least she's acknowledging this. I'm trying not to be a bitch because like the bitchy part of me wants to say like that's the bare minimum to acknowledge that. Acknowledging the power dynamics at play and the parasocial aspect is the bare minimum in my head. Like, I'm trying not to be a bitch by saying that, but like, okay, at least she's acknowledging this aspect. Yeah, I'm trying not to. This is also not true. Literally everyone, including me, viewed her as a nostalgic icon who is beloved by everyone, who's been watching her since they were children, since that's what her content is formed around. So her saying all this is literally a nothing burger. Same with Shane Dawson. Yeah, that's right. It's like her being like, I'm just a humble person who is just like everyone else. It's like, okay, I think most people, whether you're Timothy Chalamet or the girl next door, I don't know, me, I'm like, no, but like whoever you are, you're gonna view yourself as a normal person because that's like, you're just you, obviously, but like it's your responsibility to understand who you are in the context. No, I'm thinking of the Kamala Harris, like, do you think you just fell out of a coconut tree? We exist in the context. Kind of quote.
For me, I was like, well, I'm just talking to my friends. I talk to all of them like they're my friends, my sisters, all the fans. And I definitely should have been more careful with the way I was joking with them and the things I was saying to them.
Do you feel like not having a team earlier in your career hindered you from making better decisions?
I definitely wish I had someone to give me advice. I was with that group of like the first YouTubers that kind of like rose to any sort of stardom or fame, in the beginning. So it's not like there were people before me doing this that I could look to and ask questions about. This was a new thing.
Yeah.
And so, and I'm not saying that as an excuse. You know, there's plenty of other people who rose to fame who didn't interact with their fans. And but it was something that I felt was an appeal to why people were watching me at all. And I felt such...
Adam said himself, I was the team. Yeah. Oh, you didn't have a team. So instead, you took it upon yourself to make your fans the team because they were so parasocially invested in your career that they wanted you to succeed. So they took it on themselves to do free labor as children. But now you're like, oh, I failed because I didn't have a team. Because the children that I was having do labor for me for free didn't do a good enough job to protect me when it was exposed that I was having them work for free as children. Yeah.
Pressure to like make sure I
I'm out of water.
Made my fans happy because I wanted to do anything that they wanted, and I wanted to write back to every letter and respond to every message, and
I wanted to make them happy. That's why I used them. Anyways.
Whatever they asked for, I wanted to give them and do because they were the reason I had the career that I have. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have
Not to mention
the life
she did
that
the
I have
ukulele
and
video
the
in
amazing
spite
career that
of
I
her
had.
team's advice.
And
when
it
she
sounds
had
like
a
everything
team,
you
it's
were
not
doing
like it
online
mattered.
was from a place of trying to please your fans and connect with your fans and
not lose them.
Yeah, I really...
That's pressure.
But even with all of that, I wish first that there was someone there to help guide me and say like, hey, this could look bad taken out of context. This could look like...
I mean, also though, like, is that not common sense? Like, there's been a lot of arguments when it comes to cancellation of like, that's just what was normal back then with some things. I don't think talking to children in this manner was ever normal. It was never normal. So a lot of this should have, well, I'm getting too close to my mic. A lot of this should have just been common sense.
This could make someone uncomfortable, or, you know, I wish there was someone there to kind of help guide me, but at the same time, I'm also disappointed in myself that I didn't know
It
better.
looked bad in
because
context.
Other people did. So why didn't I? You know, so...
Yeah, that's the other thing I didn't catch. Like, she's like, I was out of... She, like, tried to subtly say it was all out of context. She tried to, like, subtly throw that in. Like, this was out of context. It, like, tried to kind of subtly put that in there. Which also is, like, again, throwing shade to the victims. Which is, like, really fucked up. It's really fucked up. You're getting on a platform where you have the power, and it seems like all you're doing is, again, everything that you've continually done throughout this whole process, throwing shade to the victims, like blaming them, not taking, like, I know accountability has been like that word's been overdone so much, but like genuinely like not taking accountability and ownership and being like, it was taken out of, like, this was taken out of context, and like you got to throw that out there too, because like also you're kind of a it seems like you're kind of a coward, and you're not, like, you're even too afraid to like own up to what you clearly believe and say it with your full chest. And so you're gonna like kind of hide behind it and like subtly say it like, oh, it's taken out of but then like move on really quickly and hope like no one caught, like everyone just like kind of subconsciously caught it. Like I did initially. I didn't even like hear that initially and like take it in until someone pointed it out.
That's something that I've had to work through, is like, why didn't I think more about this? Why didn't I think more about, you know, a parasocial relationship? But
do you have answers to those questions?
You know, I think it all boils down to me just really wanting to make them, the people pleasing tendency of like, I want to do this because this will make, they're begging me to.
You were profiting off of it. Like, you were profiting off of people becoming invested in your life. And like, I wish more people, like, I wish that was like more known, because like, or like just like more talked about. Like, the more parasocial people, I mean, people have talked about parasocial relationships, but I feel like people aren't fully diving into the fact that like influencers profit off of people becoming invested in their life. Because again, imagine someone random is selling a tour. Yeah, sure, you might buy it. You'll buy like Lady Gaga's concert tickets because like she's an icon. She has awesome music, and like also her concerts are really good and highly rated. No, but that was like one of the concerts I went to when I was younger. But you'll like buy an artist tickets because they're really good, but like a subpar YouTubers like touring tickets, I don't know. I've heard like mixed reviews on like Miranda Sings. Like I know like some people were really fans of her and thought that her tours were really good, but also like compare Miranda Sings to Lady Gaga, they're not even close. So how does Miranda Sings sell tour tickets? She sells it through developing a parasocial relationship with her audience, where people are so invested in her story and her as a YouTuber that they want to buy her tickets. Like that's it's a marketing tool at the end of the day. It's a way that YouTubers or content creators or even celebrities themselves get people invested enough to buy things. And so that's an aspect. Like I don't think that should ever be ignored from this conversation of people talking about like, well, like she's like, I don't know why I was so invested in the parasocial relationship and didn't realize it was dangerous. You were invested in the parasocial relationship because it benefited you and your career.
I wanted them to love you.
I wanted them to love me. I wanted them to like my content. I wanted them to be happy with what I was putting out there because like I said, everything that I had was because they supported me. And so, you know, that's what I was trying to do, but it would have been so much better for me to think about their well-being and if this would affect anyone in a negative way. Like that's what I wish I had. I wish that I had just paused and listened.
These interview questions are some sort of reverse straw manning. Yeah, it's like, it's really trying to like rewrite history. And she's trying to do it in such a subtle way where it's like, oh, like it's almost like she's trying to pretend. Yeah, like reverse straw manning, where she's trying to pretend like she's taking accountability, where she's like, yeah, I could have done this. But then at the same time, like, blah, 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 like all of this, like kind of get into this tangent about her personal experience. And at the end of the day, it's not actually hitting on the core issues at hand. And it's not, it's like, this is your moment after years to like really show your amount of reflection. And what does this show of the amount of reflection that you've done? Not much. It's like, it's very much shifting blame and trying to rewrite history. So the amount of reflection that she's done feels kind of lacking.
For a second.
There's a lot of things that were said about you. There's been allegations of grooming behavior.
Raven's face when Raven says grooming is like, grooming. That's absurd. Who would think grooming? Like, would you guys not go into the specifics of grooming to kind of tackle that in a more complex way? Just grooming. That's crazy. Let's just throw that out. It kind of feels like the tone here, but maybe I'm jumping to conclusions. Let's go more into it.
Or how do you what do you think they're talking about?
That one is that's the one that got me the hardest. When that allegation came up, that's when I was out. I was done because that was devastating and shocking. It was very shocking because I know that my intention and my actions have never been fueled with the desire to manipulate or groom anybody ever.
Okay, well, here, first off, Raven being given the hard-hitting questions despite not knowing anything about the situation is crazy making. Yeah. And then, oh, that's not exact. Like, oh, it wasn't my intention. Feels like an excuse that's often given. And like, first, I'm not an expert. I don't want to say, but like, you can do harm without intending to do harm. And I feel like a lot of people are evil people, and in their minds they don't think they are. Again, I don't want to be like, oh, she's an evil person or anything like that, but like a lot of people don't think that they're bad people. They don't think that they're doing wrong or that they are doing something incredibly immoral or something that is quote, like, for example, what, in my opinion, a lot of what Colleen Ballinger did fit within the definitions of grooming. It fit within the confines of grooming. She might be like, I never thought I was doing that. I never intended. That doesn't matter if your actions align with the definition. Regardless of if her content was for kids or not, parents should also be monitoring their kids' internet access. Why are you having inappropriate personal relationships with children? Yeah, I mean, ultimately at the end of the day, like if your actions fit this definition, you can be like, I didn't intend to. Again, like, also just like legally, intent often doesn't matter if your actions fit the definition of a crime. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not like, but like, at least to my understanding, that's kind of it. But I also know that like it's complex and more nuanced than that, like far more nuanced. So I don't want to like sound like an idiot when I say that. Yes, intention flies out the window sometimes. Intentions don't negate the impact, and a lot of people don't grasp that. Yeah, that's perfectly said, which like your commentary has been on point today. But like, yeah, that's perfectly said of like intentions don't negate the impact at the end of the day. If you did something, like if you had a harmful impact, also sometimes saying like you didn't intend to can just be more harmful or like more hurtful, because it's like, okay, thanks, you still hurt me. It's same thing, like again, kind of going back to the cheating thing. Like imagine if someone who cheated on their partner was like, I didn't intend to. Okay, you still cheated. Like it feels like, again, not to compare the two things because the two things aren't comparable, but again, it just to kind of show like you can do an action, and to just say like, oh, your internal dialogue was different than the actions that happened doesn't mean anything. At the end of the day, it's meaningless. It's just words and gibberish, because at the end of the day, you did something that was hurtful. Much of gaslighting is supported by that mentality. Yeah, I can definitely see that of like, well, you're wrong because I didn't mean to do that. Okay, it still happened. That's still, the reality is the thing that happened still took place. It comes across that they're subconsciously malicious, which is arguably worse.
That has never been something I have done or will ever do. And it's a very serious accusation.
Very serious.
Mm-hmm. So when those kind of words started being thrown around, that's when I kind of was, I kind of shut down, and it really was, that was devastating to hear. And, you know, you asked, what does that mean to other people? That's why this was a hard thing for me to know how to navigate, because it wasn't about what did she do or what didn't she do. It was more about what was her intention behind some of these actions, I think. And my intention was being decided for me by people talking about it. My intention wasn't to hurt or do anything negative.
I mean, on that part, just like speaking as a commentary creator, that is something that I think can sometimes happen that I don't always agree with, or I try to navigate that sometimes I don't get perfect. And this is just a random side rant, but I think that a lot of times when big scandals or situations or cases happen, a lot of times people will assume intention. They'll be like, oh, Colleen Ballinger did this. She must have meant this, or she must have wanted this, or was trying to do this. And I do agree that sometimes that can be taking things too far. Not that I'm like agreeing, but like, you know what I mean? Of like, it can, like, that can sometimes be taking things too far in terms of covering a situation. Ultimately, none of us know what Colleen's intentions were. Maybe it was even worse than what's been reported or what her actions were. Maybe it was less. Who knows what the reality of the situation was? At the end of the day, Colleen Ballinger did this. She had an inappropriate relationship with children who were fans of her and looked up to her, and that's fucked up. And that's the reality of the situation. What her intentions were, in my opinion, doesn't fucking matter, because that's what took place. And that's kind of my like take on it, I guess.
Now, that doesn't mean that people weren't hurt.
Right.
And that's the part that I wish I had paid more attention to. But
okay, at least she's admitting that people were hurt at the end of the day.
Obviously didn't handle the situation the way that I should have. And it's really embarrassing. I wish that I could handle it a lot differently.
She acts like the awful, horrible words are going to bite her. Yeah. Like, as if it's like going too far to accuse someone of grooming, when it's like also you have all of this privilege in like your platform and the wealth you accumulated and the power. And so it sometimes that sort of really irks me when content creators of that level sort of act like they're not people cannot sort of criticize them or levy certain allegations against them. It's going too far. You like, how dare you say these words that will I think that that's really unjust, and it's essentially them utilizing their platform and power. And I think that they've gotten so used to literally having this army of people who are supporting them, who are so parasocially involved, that it's like they feel like they're untouchable, essentially. And then again, I don't want to, like I said, I just talked about how I don't agree with speaking to Colleen Ballinger's intentions. So I don't want to speak on Colleen's intentions on this, but it does almost feel a little bit like Colleen's acting like, oh, the audacity of people to accuse me of something, because she had been so well regarded and had people who had viewed her in such high regards and had such a parasocial relationship with her, that to be sort of brought down and accused of such things feels so unacceptable. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. I forgot about that saying. That's so accurate for this. So accurate. Bars. And her response to this was the toxic gossip train. The obfuscation of what actually happened by making it about intentions and people on the internet is crazy. That's also a really, really valid point, that ultimately all of this is just detracting from what's happening. Kind of like someone mentioned, it's gaslighting. It's just sort of detracting and gaslighting, where it's like, oh, it's my intentions, and it's sort of just completely shifting the narrative away from what actually took place. I mean, there's been very little conversation about what has actually taken place and what happened. They haven't laid out a narrative of what happened. They're just talking about cerebral feelings and intentions and things that just completely shift away from that. Let's see. So I'm not like watching too much about. Okay, so it seems like they talk about the toxic gossip train in 5 seconds. So I was just watching away from my notes and then kind of.
Differently than I did.
When you say that, are you talking about like the apology?
Talking
videos?
about a musical instrument that I should have not picked up. Yes, I mean, I should have listened to what people were saying, and I should have.
I think people want an apology. I think people
and
want
the hosts are playing
for
right
you
into it
to acknowledge the things that happened on stage.
Raven says right here, people are wanting an apology. Has that happened? Has that happened?
I hope that you give that to them.
I agree with you. I think that they do want an apology, and I am sorry. And
Yay! She's sorry. Like, is this again, like when people talk, I don't know, like again, maybe my definitions for like taking accountability and apology are kind of different, but like when you feel like an apology is owed, you should take action, apologize to the people or the community that you feel deserve it. And then if you feel like it's also necessary, but like also it's definitely necessary in this situation, at the very least, describe in detail what you feel is like is a part of like what you feel like. Okay, it depends on each situation, but like what communities were harmed, what like education you took to like learn about the situation, why you feel differently now that you like educated yourself, or what you realized upon reflection of like how you did wrong. Just like there's so much elements, I feel like, and I don't like, what is it? Anyways, maybe she does all of that right now. Maybe I'm about to be proven totally wrong. Let's see.
Here's the thing is when you mess up and when you make a mistake and do something wrong, sometimes you got to keep apologizing for it. And that's what I should have done. Like, and people keep saying it's an apology song. I didn't apologize in that thing.
You did not.
I did not.
You know what you are?
Yeah. People have noticed that.
Correct.
No,
you did not
sorry
apologize.
in that.
You did not. I was actually laughing. So letting you know, that was some crazy penmanship.
We also, when in watching it, I remember one of the things that we talked about was it felt like you were angry.
Yeah,
and,
I was.
And burnt out and just
fed up.
Yeah, fed up.
I was.
Yeah.
And it's very clear that I was angry. And that's why I keep saying I wish that I had just paused for a second and listened to my fans, to my supporters.
And process.
Because while there were things being said about me that weren't true, my people who would support me for so many years that I'm up here saying like, I just wanted them to be happy. I wanted to make them happy. Well, they wanted an explanation. They wanted to understand what was going on. And they deserved that.
Thirst ghosting,
and I didn't give it to them.
Okay.
Instead, I was angry and sang a song, and which is crazy.
It blew shit.
She says she was angry and sang a song. Which like also, in what, okay, this is maybe again me being too emotional, but like in what right do you have to be angry? Like also just that aspect, like in what right do you have to be angry about anything? You're angry? Like to me, like the amount of sorry, I had like a little the amount of audacity it would take for people to be bringing things up of like how they felt wronged by you as children, and for you to feel angry about that. Like almost like you're upset that your world, your privileged world of like comfort and wealth and all of that you've accumulated got disrupted by this, and you're angry. What?
Yeah.
It was crazy.
It was.
I'm aware.
Okay, I'm just letting you know that was crazy, bro.
Absolutely crazy. And I think, when the dust did settle, because I like you were saying, I did want to address it, and I was being told. I got a lot of advice from a lot of people, and the majority of the advice was don't say anything.
Are not as long.
And I'm sure you know from being in the industry for so long.
I tell her all the time, don't say nothing.
Right. Don't address it. Don't say anything. It will just make it worse. Don't address it. Don't say anything. It'll just make it worse. But I'm in a different position than a traditional celebrity because people watch me because I was so open and I talked about everything. I mean, I've talked about everything like that. I've been through my mental health and my births and my pregnancies and my journey to fame. Like, I mean, everything I've been through, I've talked about online very openly. And so, my audience, that was one of the reasons they liked watching me. And so then to suddenly be like, not only am I not going to talk about this, I'm going to sing this song about it.
So is this where she's talking about being told not to talk about this, right? And she sings a song instead?
And it was such a
Dear mess.
choice.
It was such a choice.
I very much.
Such a choice, bro.
Yes. And so I think, I was like getting so frustrated because I was just like, let me just address this. Like, please let me just talk. I just want to talk about this. And so finally after I posted the video, it was shortly after I posted it, I was talking to someone on the phone from my team, and I was like, oh, that was a huge mistake. That was really stupid. It was like there was so much, I have to say something, and finally I let it out.
What does regret feel like?
Oh, it's horrible. It's horrible. It's horrible. Because because you want to fix it. You can't fix it. And that's the worst. Like, I wanted to fix it so bad, and there was no fixing it. There was nothing I could do to fix it. And that was so awful. That was because not only did I not address anything that I wanted to address, not only did I not, dispute the lies that I wanted to dispute, and I just made things worse. It was so bad.
So where do you think your mind went during that time that you were so unable, I guess, to have the...
I mean, yeah, I guess. I don't even know what to say to that. I mean, I feel like she didn't even really fully address the video besides saying that she was angry and then being like, yeah, but it was kind of stupid. It was kind of like a silly video. Which, like, yeah, a lot of people memed the video. But yeah, someone says, surely the way to fix it is by calling your child victims gossipers. Exactly. It feels like she was trying to get back and like lash out, and she was angry. And so she's like the gossip train and like lashing out at them. And it's like, to basically now be like, oh, that was silly. That was so goofy. And yeah, it was memed, which I don't know if that was really healthy probably for the victims, because now you have this video that was so ridiculously a bad idea getting memed a bunch, and then the victims are never really given, it gets kind of essentially gets morphed away from the story itself. And that does kind of, I could see how that could be really hard for them. But because it's like this very serious thing that happened to them is now getting memed a bunch on the internet. But for her to kind of now be like, oh, that was silly, instead of actually discussing and breaking down like why she made like even just the lyrics, like she wrote all of this. Why did she say toxic gossip train? Like, why did she make that move? She's not explaining any of that, and they're not asking her. They're just saying like, yeah, I laughed at that. Yeah, she's trying to slip herself into being a part of on the joke. Exactly. Exactly. She's trying to be a part of it. Which, again, if like a PR firm got together with her and tried to plan this move, I would understand why she's doing that. But for people that want answers, that's not the way to go about it. Sorry, I forgot where I was going to jump to. So I guess around here is where they discuss the yoga challenge.
When she went up on stage for your live show, she was a part of the yoga challenge section of your show. And it made them feel gross. Later in life, they were essayed. And when they look back at that moment with you, they feel similar feelings. Can you dive a little bit deeper into what happened at the yoga challenge?
It was a challenge on YouTube for a while for people to try out different yoga poses. Like couples would do it together, because if you're not experienced in yoga, it's difficult to do. And so since I'm a YouTuber on my live show, sometimes I would do challenges from YouTube. So I did that challenge, and I'd have people come up on stage and we would try out different yoga poses that popped up on the screen. And
please don't normalize
obviously we
this.
could never do them, and I would be, flailing about as Miranda. And there was one pose where there are two people and both legs are spread open, you're holding each other's legs. And I genuinely never thought of it as a sexual or inappropriate thing. To me, the joke was that when the legs were open to do the pose, the fart sound effect came on screen. So it was like, once the legs opened up, there was a fart sound. And to me, that was all I thought that joke was. I never knew that was something that would make someone feel uncomfortable and trigger emotions and feelings. I feel terrible about that, genuinely,
But like, again, like you never would have thought that your teen audience who, again, like just remembering myself as a teenager and how uncomfortable I was in my own body, just how uncomfortable and awkward, and just going through puberty and experiencing all these things. And also you're discovering your own sexuality, and you're figuring out who you are and what you want to be, and just all of these things. And the worst thing, like high school bullying is a thing, and you're experiencing, like, a lot of people experience that. It's not like across the board, but you might be experiencing that. Nowadays there's social media and being afraid of getting bullied through there, and then you go up on stage and your idol, who and this is just apart from just all of the other messiness, but just like also your idol, like, essentially, like, bullies you, essays you, makes you feel uncomfortable, and like with just all of those things, and you can't see how that would be incredibly wrong. Just baseline off of that, incredibly wrong. Just hitting on all those points that are so uncomfortable for teenagers when they're experiencing all of that. And I get that, like, there's in comedy, because, like, again, I'm not a comedy expert. I don't know all these things about comedy. I get that in comedy, sometimes people think it's good to, like, hit on things that people are afraid of or make them uncomfortable. There's a line there. There's a line there, and there's, especially with children, there's a huge fucking line there. And yeah, it should be common fucking sense. This whole interview was ridiculous. I know Raven and Miranda felt like they had to try to humanize Colleen, but it's so disgusting, and Colleen is putting a middle finger in front of her victims. Yeah.
When I heard about that, I felt so bad, because that is something I'd never want to do, is trigger anyone, but especially a girl who's been through horrible things in that manner. Like,
yeah,
that,
I agree.
it feels so terrible that me doing this,
it should have been a much harder
silly
and
yoga
harsher
joke
conversation.
in my mind. Was silly yoga joke could be something that could trigger her in such a negative way and affect her in such a negative way, and it's awful. And I'm really proud of anyone who's been able to come forward and express that, because I want kids and minors and anyone to be able to feel like they can speak up if they're uncomfortable. And
yeah,
they can speak up about things.
Then what the fuck do you think Toxic Gossip Train did? You kind of just shat in their faces. This whole thing diminishes all of her victims' experiences. Yeah. I mean, absolutely. They're platforming her, and also, like, at the very least, they should have highlighted the victims' experiences and really, really talked about their statements, quoted them, asked them for statements, all of that before going into her, like, side of things, which also, like, is just fucked up. I think there's certain people, again, your actions are inexcusable. You shouldn't be heard for your story. But, like, at the very least, they should have done that. But no, let's just platform her. Let's just hear her side. Let's just humanize her. What are you doing? I don't think an alleged groomer should be humanized at all after they've harmed children. Exactly, this whole thing. Yeah, sorry, I actually repeated. I don't think this person is a human being, and no one else should. She sounds incredibly insecure. And the sheer idea of any of this being possible instead of her literally being in prison is dystopian. Yeah, I mean, I remember for a period of time, there was that's another thing. Wasn't there an entire discussion about bringing authority, like, awareness to the authorities, and just nothing happened? I've talked with, like, a few people, not on this topic, but a different topic, about, like, a photographer who was being really creepy towards them and had done, like, essay, just all this effed up stuff. And they'd gone to the FBI, they'd gone to authorities, and for years, nothing had happened. And that's a huge other aspect of this, is, like, they like sometimes to get authority involvement, you need so much proof, so much damning proof. You need so much, and they need so much time, and it takes forever for them to do anything. And it's so frustrating. And the amount of just victim blaming, even in that process, can be so infuriating. And you put in so much time and energy speaking with them to always be like accused of things and have to go through that. That just re-traumatizes you, that it can be very discouraging for victims to speak up at all, to go to authorities, to do anything, to actually try and bring about any justice. And that's the really frustrating part about this, is then perpetrators walk away. They're able to just walk away, and then that furthers probably in their mind this idea that they did nothing wrong, that it's the victim's fault, and continues the cycle all over again. And obviously that's so infuriating. And yeah,
they feel are not okay. They need to be able to feel that way. Certainly, you know, the things that I've done in my comedy in the past, like there's so many things I look back and go, oh my God, I would never do that. Now I can't believe I did that. And it was for the laugh. You know, you're on stage, and it is different than when you're online and you can read comments from people and go, hey,
no,
that's not
I appreciate
cool.
all the conversation.
And you can go, oh crap. When you're on stage and everyone's laughing and enjoying it, and then telling you after, that was the best part of the show when you did this, this, and this. And a lot of the comedy that I did with Miranda, when my audience shifted, I was like, okay, how do I keep this audience that liked this crass humor and now appealed to this younger audience that now is growing so much? And my solution to that was, I will still do these more crass innuendo type jokes, and I'll go over the kids' heads, and then the parents will have something to laugh at, and the adults will have something to laugh at that are in the audience. And that was my solution to that.
That was you rectifying what was going on stage?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought, you know, well, everyone knows that I'm a safe person and I don't mean anything negative.
This is all just desperation and cope, and to other people platforming this for monetization. Exactly. It just, and also that's like my fear, is this is just going to encourage more people to platform this.
By this, yeah, I went with, I was like, well, everyone knows this is in jest, you know, and so it's fine for me to do this because.
Yeah, also just her being able to just say, like, I'm a good person and other people know this, so it's fine if I kept making inappropriate jokes to children. Which I was going to show Becky talking about the yoga challenge, just to like revisit that. Do we want to hear from the victim herself, like, or Becky speak on it? I don't know if it's good to revisit it, but I think just to like really rehear Becky's take from the yoga challenge.
Colleen traumatized.
Hi, okay, my name is Becky. I'm the girl in this video, and this video has
Feels like my TikTok volume is low,
and that is a lot of people.
I don't know how to fix that. Sorry.
To be seeing this story without hearing it from me, so this video has over 1 million views, and that is a lot of people to be seeing this story without hearing it from me. So I want to explain this. So I was a fan of Colleen and all the Ballinger family for a very, very long time, and I think in this video I was about 16. If you've never been to a Miranda show, Colleen frequently has segments where she calls people up on stage. One of those segments was the porn bit, which I'm not really going to be explaining in this video, but that's why I was kind of trying to dress skimpy so that I would be called up on stage and basically get degraded by Miranda. But I did not get called up for that. I got called up for the yoga challenge. Now, as soon as I stood up from the audience, I saw Colleen's eyes widen because she realized I was not.
Which, even wanting children to go up on stage for a porn bit that you have, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? But I digress.
Wearing pants. But for some reason, that didn't stop her from continuing. In fact, no adult at any point stepped in this situation. So we get to the point in the yoga challenge where I am laying down and Colleen is spreading my legs basically as far as she can. She spreads them so far that you can see the spandex I was wearing under my romper, which thank God I was wearing. Now, the original video posted by Xandar, I'm sorry if I pronounced her name wrong, is only a screenshot, but there is a whole video of this. But that screenshot is the most important because that is the moment I will never forget, where I was laying under Colleen and she was smirking down at me while thousands of people were laughing, and I was terrified that my body wasn't covered up enough by the spandex or the romper.
Can you imagine being a younger person and going through this in front of a ton of people? I mean, genuinely, this is a traumatic experience. Like, it's just traumatizing. It's the fact that it's your your idol who you look up to who's doing this to you but it's in front of a sea of people. That is so traumatic.
I basically felt naked, so it felt incredibly sexually violating. I was younger and my body was still developing and I was still becoming comfortable with myself, so for her to use my body as entertainment on stage really set my confidence back quite a lot. And not to mention, after all this, after the show, I had to walk back to my car where there was many men staring at me in a very predatory way that they were not looking at me before because of how exposed I had been on stage. So I literally did not feel safe leaving the venue. And I'm not saying this was sexual assault, although people are debating that in that comment section, but as someone who has been sexually assaulted, this situation gave me that same feeling where it feels like you need to purge and like clean out your insides, you know, just that nasty, gross feeling. There's a couple comments on Xandar's video being like, oh, she signed up for that, why is this such a big deal, blah blah blah. Colleen exploited my minor body for entertainment and money and did not protect my safety at this show. As an outsider looking into this situation, it may seem like this wasn't a big deal, but this was really pretty scary for my teenage self, and especially as someone who loved and looked up to Colleen. And I could never say anything because everybody loved her. But this is who she really is. She uses kids for her own gain. I was a minor, and again, she did not protect me. So if you're watching this and you're thinking about taking your kids to a Miranda show, I would advise you to think twice because you may come back with years of trauma, and I don't wish that on anyone.
Sorry, I think my camera just turned off. Last technical issues at the end of the stream. Yeah, I think 4 hours is the limit on the camera. We're new to this, so we're working on it. It's left on this screenshot, I guess. I guess we'll see if we can rework it. Yeah. Yeah, the camera's tired. We're almost done with the stream, I guess. But if we do have to leave here, maybe it would be what it would be, I guess. Or it'll just be me like this. Yeah, I mean, honestly, for the most part, most of her podcast is like this. I don't know how much I want to participate in platforming this. Besides just talking about the main points. Yeah, Riley's gonna see if he can. Hi. I might be back now.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know how much I want to platform of this.
It's something that gets me in trouble. And so I don't want to continue to, bring it up for people that they don't, it might hurt them or, I just feel like, people have said how they feel about me and I'm just going to back away because that's what I think that people want at this point. It's kind of how I felt.
You are coming back around to not say, take me in again.
No.
But you're coming back around to say, I know what I did.
So I guess this is them talking about why she's coming back around, which she's already been making content. There's not really a comeback because she has been making vlogs, but I guess let's see why she's coming back.
I know what I need to change. I'm changing. You don't have to love me. You don't have to like me.
Right.
But you recognize what happened. And that takes a lot of fucking courage.
I obviously
recognizing what happened. When did that really happen? It felt like the bare minimum of recognition. And just watching Becky's video and how horrifying that situation was, do we think her recognition was on the level of where it needs to be?
I wish I could go back and do everything differently in my reactions to this whole situation. I feel terrible that I made anyone feel anything other than happy and safe in our little community online. That's all I ever wanted, and I feel so terrible that I disappointed so many people. And I'm genuine. Can't even talk.
You're okay. Take a beat.
Stressed.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I hate to like be that person, but like as someone who's recently cried a lot on camera, that doesn't look like, it looks like she's doing fine. It looks like the most feigned fake cry, but I hate to be that person because like I don't want to like judge anyone for that, but
I should have thought a lot more about my interactions with my fans and how it could affect them. I should have been more responsible and thought about how these things could affect people, especially the teenagers that were interacting with me. And I'm so now, in hindsight, like grateful and proud of these people for coming forward and saying like, hey, this is not okay behavior. Because even though I know that I never wanted to hurt anyone and my intentions and my desires were nothing negative in my interactions with these people, that needed to be said. They needed to say like, hey, this.
Yeah, I disappointed people, not the phrasing the situation called for. Yeah, you didn't just, is that all you did? Is that all you did? Is that, I feel like you did a little bit more than that. It's giving Ned telling his audience, I know this reopened things for us.
This isn't okay, because there are people out there who they do have the intentions to hurt them, and they need to be able to say like, this isn't okay and I'm not standing for this, and like my heart was in the right place. It doesn't matter if people felt uncomfortable. I'm proud of them for saying like, this wasn't okay and this made me uncomfortable, or this is not an okay thing to joke about, or whatever. You like, that needed to happen. And I hope that anyone interacting with anyone online, whether it be a celebrity or a new friend or anyone, goes into it with that caution up of like, what are these person's intentions, and assuming they're negative going into it, I feel like is a good thing to protect them from
real predators
who actually do want to hurt them.
I'd be curious.
Okay, then why are you so mad that people assumed that your intentions were negative? What? You just said like my intentions weren't bad and people were assuming my intentions online, and then she just went back and said it's okay to assume that people don't have good intentions. What do you mean? What? Is that just me? Anyways, I'm done. I'm done with this video. That's it. That's enough of me like reacting to Colleen Ballinger's video, like, or the podcast. I can't do it anymore. Yeah, let's see. Is there anything else that I need to bring up that I have in my little document? Yeah, I mean, I guess like the ultimate question that I have is like, these canceled people, they're gonna keep making content no matter what. What is the right and wrong way to talk about their cancellation, essentially, to like come back online? My take is like, really do the education, and as like a lot of people have pointed out in chat, which I fully agree with, is like, address your victims. If you like, I mean, every situation is different, but like in Colleen's case, address your fucking victims. Address your victims. Like, talk about the situations at hand. The way that she's completely gone about like this is just insane to me. Obviously, like, all of, as most people have pointed out, like, the other ideal situation is just not being online, but clearly that's not the case. It's not going to happen. she's gonna keep making content. So that would be the other consensus that I can kind of glean from making from talking about this and from watching this podcast. But anyways, that's all for today. Thank you for my for being a part of my first late night stream. I had so much fun. A lot of like off topic, but just like deep conversations that I really appreciated you all having those conversations with me. I hope I navigated them all well. But also I think it's important to like be brave and having those. That's my cat Mitzi and the larger calico cat, and she will normally just lay around, and then Boofy is the smaller one, and she'll like, you'll see her sometimes get the zoomies. I saw like so Riley found a TikTok, I guess, and I don't know how accurate this is, so let me know if this is like accurate, if you like know. But I guess there was a TikTok that said that like when cats poop, it like sends dopamine into their brain, and that's why they get the zoomies. So now whenever one of my cats gets the zoomies, I always think they must have just pooped. Anyways, that's all. I hope everyone has a cozy and relaxing night, and thank you for joining me on the stream. I'm gonna go on to the little break mode, but yeah, love you, bye.